Alright. Alright. Want to make sure to start before we go any further here. Yes. Date is, in fact, August 19th, 2025. Once again, a Tuesday. I actually want to do the stream on, like, Monday or something. Or, like, Sunday or something for once, but, like, goddamn bug was in my fucking room or some shit. Like, one day, and then the other day, the internet was going on for, like, goddamn couple fuck-ass hours and shit. Fucking, so yeah, a couple fucking inconveniences, apparently. The one, like, event I was going to kind of get to on, like, a more normal time of, like, Sunday, Monday or something, but yeah, whatever, I guess, fucking, yet another Tuesday stream, I fucking guess. For the event from very early Thursday, whatever, like, per usual, and grab out online. Yeah, going off of the last one I did, Title 4, was week 8. This one's apparently week 9 editions, which is including the Declasse Drift Walton L35, 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 whatever, which can apparently be claimed for free as well. Be like the traditional Walton L35, 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 it is in the off-road class. But yes, yeah. Now, I will say it is a drift vehicle, so there's no testing on it, by the way, for, like, performance. So I don't have any performance to go over for that reason. Roughly 152 racing YouTuber for Grandpa Online does not really test drift vehicles, because, like, not really too important, given, like, when you do a drift vehicle, it's purposely making the, like, performance worse, obviously, since it's more for those drift races, so... And not to mention, you don't even get performance upgrades on it as well. So therefore, it's basically a stock car, basically locked to a stock vehicle without engine upgrades. So it would basically just be the one that was already in the game, but without, like, the engine upgrades, essentially. And the worse handling. But I'll explain why there will be no testing over, like, performance or anything for that new vehicle there. It was also the final new vehicle release, and plus the other drift upgrades, I think, also are the final vehicles for the whole DLC, I believe, so everything is officially out at this point. Everything, yes, is actually officially out at this point. For the vehicles, that is. I assume cosmetic-wise, it's basically going to be the same as well for customizations. Maybe there's some unique drift, like, liveries or something, but maybe that's about it. I'm kind of thinking for the most part. Yeah, it's free apparently right now. It might be free for the next 2 events, but I'll check more on that, I guess, in a little here. Mm-mm. 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 Yeah, it says something about on August 27th, apparently, for kind of within the vehicle, like, description and stuff on the Rockstar Newswire. Mm-hmm. So it does look like it will be free for 2 weeks and not just one, but I mean, if you really want it, then obviously. Yes, if you do really want it, though, definitely get this 1 week, though. This, of course, my hernia is being a bitch. I don't speak as great as I want here. But yeah, probably for sure get it in the first week if you want to know, but it does sound like 2 weeks it'll be free. Before it goes back to the more standard price. Which obviously I assume won't be that much different than I assume the price won't be that much different than the regular Walton 035, 035, 035. It's probably going to be a very similar price to that. Either way, I already went over it in my leak video as well for the DLC. And yeah, it's on San Andreas. Super Auto is just like the traditional one. Yeah, that's the title of the stream. Since that's the main huge fan. Another new contents here is technically the Community Combat Series. 2 times money RP on that new Community Combat Series. Sounds like again there might only be one new map. Let me see on the news wire here. It says this week's new job for PS5, PlayStation 5, basically Xbox Series X/S, and PC enhanced. Is akin to Hill built around up and atomizers. Expect just the right amount of chaos as you ascend a construction site to grab a laptop and score points for your team. Check out left bracket yo, right bracket atomizer, KOTH for King Hill, of course. By joining the Community Combat Series from your iFruit, or by heading over to Legion Square. Okay. There might only be one new map, and might also only be for the new platforms, newer platforms for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced. Kind of what they did with the first time of rebranding over to the Community Race series that they did like last event. God, the fuck, I was hurting you. Come on. Alright, but yes, so. I'm not sure if the race series is still around or if it's just gonna be this one, given they just introduced the last event. I know this one is 2 times, it's not the 3 times like the last one was, so that's interesting. Maybe they'll have 7 for race and then 7 for combat now for like 14 at a time. Might be the new way they do it, I'm not really sure, but whatever. And Select Now apparently joins Community Series. Alright, then GTA Plus apparently auto shop bonuses. Yeah, I believe there's a new set of benefits, so I'll be going over a lot of that. But yeah, join the Grand Theft Online's premium membership program this month and you'll receive 2 times money NRP on robbery contracts. Alright, cool. The robbery contract's a pretty good money maker, I would say, especially if you prioritize the unit depository contract. Especially yes, if you do prioritize that repository contract, which is easy to best one of the ones. I think usually they are normally like 180,000. I think up to. Unipository is kind of an exception, being like 300k. And yeah, there I'm talking about standard amounts, by the way. So 2 times obviously would be like a $600,000 unipository contract. Plus, I think it's minus 60k because of the KDJ Santica, I think it's like 60k. So more like 540k you actually get in profit. So if you do just that one, so yes, on 2 times you just do that one, that one's like over 500k, which is pretty good for something you can actually do in like half hour to an hour. However, you have a cooldown you have to weigh, of course, as well. So it's good to find a more traditional option, at least one more traditional option as well, if you want to grind them like back to back, or maybe even a couple if you're quick with them or something. Maybe depending on like what the cooldown might be. Which the other DLC one was the Lost Contracts, so that would have been probably a pretty good option there. And then there's all kinds of other ones more with like the launch of the Los Santos Tuners DLC back when it was initially released. But again, a lot of them are pretty much around like 180k aside for that one exception in Unipository contract. And then of course 2 times into account after that as well. So I think usually it would be like a couple 100,000, so like a few 100,000 like Unipository on it 2 times in accordance. And then yeah. If you don't get Unipositories, this might take some time to get it. When you choose one and you need to cancel it, and you need to like get out of the auto shop and call like Santa or whatever, and then they'll allow you to cancel and then re-roll to try again on the Unipository contract. Basically. So that's how you can re-roll the contracts if you're looking for a Unipository and it's off cooldown and whatnot. I might show a little. I might try to show it a little more in depth, of course, like when I get into the actual game. But I think I explained it fun enough. So if I don't, then that's basically what you do. Trying to think of anything else really. If there is anything else to say much on that, I wanted to say. Even if there is, it is plus. I might not feel like as like big on mentioning too much with it though. Besides what I've said, but yeah, yes it is. It is actually worth mentioning though. Yeah, you do get the Los Santos tuners, like the car meet reputation as well when you do those. I forget if it was like that when it first came out. Might have They might have did that with the contract DLC actually, where they had the ability to get the reputation through that. And I think since then it's one of the best ways in the whole game to basically get the reputation, since you actually get really good money as well, of course. Alright. I think that was the huge thing I was trying to think about, because I felt like I was forgetting something kind of huge. Alright, so that does the main stuff on the main menu. So on to the basics of GTA Online. What's the new section? See anything else possibly here? They want me to buy shark cards for some reason. Yeah. GT9 Drift Week slides into GT Online. It is a huge drift-focused event, of course, as can be seen with the Drift Walton L35, L35, L35 that just got released this event as a free vehicle for a limited time as well, of course. In addition to that, there's also like other vehicles that were pre-existing ones actually even new with this update too. I think that get a drift tuning that do yes get a drift tuning, but in the form of an upgrade that is a $200,000 cost in addition to the vehicle itself. So really there's 5 new drift vehicles. One you just buy on the website, which is already made as a drift vehicle, which is the only one of its kind basically. And then the other ones of course work like the traditional ones where you do like an upgrade to an existing vehicle. Basically. And there's some race things I'll be on 2 times as well. Looks like. Anyways, the vehicles that are gained at new drift tuning for like the actual like upgrade ones, they do like $200,000 upgrade cost. In addition to the value of the actual vehicle. Is the Bravado Gauntlet Hellfire muscle car? I think you're introducing like Don Casino Resort Heist update, one of the Don Casino updates. Then this Hardy sedan. I think that one was actually just added in the latest update, I believe. So that's actually pretty cool. That new one also does have a drift tuning. Not the only time they've done it, I think, but still. I think usually it happens with the release of a vehicle if it's a new one, not like later on. So interesting on that one. That one. To make the Hardy a little more relevant once again. Not that it's a bad vehicle at all, but like still. There's things the Hardy does do pretty good even before the drifting came out for it. And then there's even 2, the later 2 are even on discount for half off as well. And that is a Vapid Dominator FX Muscle 50% off. Actually pretty damn good performance for muscle car. If I remember right. And then the Dinka Chavez, whatever, V6. Which is a sedan. And then, yeah, 50% off for that one. That might have been in the last update, I think, if I remember right. That one is actually pretty recent. And then, yeah, Dominator FX, I forgot to mention that one. I think that one is $1 bounties, I thought. Or maybe even the update before, like Shop or something. One of the 2. I could have sworn. So all those are actually pretty relatively recent, aside for the Gauntlet Hellfire, which I think was in like the last decade, basically. basically. In terms of the initial vehicle release. Yes. Alright, so we'll go into roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, I think. Again, that racing U-tier I was talking about earlier, basically. Oh yeah, it's muscle car and sedan, I'm pretty sure, because I'm not looking, like, not looking at the screen right now, basically. Yes. For the performance of down your FX without the drifting, of course, since, like I kind of explained, like before drifting, you're not really getting performance upgrades, and it's effectively just a stock vehicle anyways, and therefore not really too much purpose to go over that. It's not at its maximum capabilities, and yeah, Dominator FX is at the bottom of the S tier apparently for the muscle car class, which is the top tier, of course, for the class. And that gives it 6th place lap time as well as apparently 15th place for top speed. And yeah, I think it actually gets 10th place if you take away the HSW option since there's 5 of those for muscle cars, so that would mean it could actually get top 10 for both the lap time and top speed depending on the situation, so makes it pretty good muscle car right there on the Dominator FX. And yeah, I think Shavas V6, whatever. Sedan class. That one's actually the very top of the sedan class as well, since, yeah, sedan does not actually get HSW at all, so it's all just traditional vehicles in the sedan class. Sedan's class. Or yeah, single sedan is what they refer to it there. Fuck ass hernia though, come on. Yes. Yeah, naturally being at the top of the like class basically, and it's mostly off of lap time. It is 1st place apparently for the lap time for the Shavas V6 for the sedan class, and it even gets 7th place on top speed. And again, that's regardless of platform, without there being HSW whatsoever. Basically, there's no HSW again for the sedan class whatsoever. So that's its general performance no matter what. So it's a very good sedan on the Shavas V6, whatever. So you actually get some 2 pretty good performing vehicles there for half off, actually, and definitely pretty good event for a couple discounts in there, at least. Again, sorry, man. Fuck, I turn, fucking stupid ass annoying fucking big brother in my fuck ass way, though. That's wild, I think. But yes. I don't necessarily feel there's much of anything to say here, though. Or, like, yeah, there's some information I didn't get to go over before, actually, at the bottom, I guess, there, but still, so. So it does have customization upgrades, which again I assume are very similar to the one that they already released. With like the week 3 editions, I think it was. If not, it was the week 2 editions. Actually, I think it was week 2 editions. Actually, now that I think about it, because week 3 I think was just a livery for the regular version of the Walton L35. For the new one, of course, the stock one, whatever. Alright, but yeah, this is. So again, I think customizations be pretty much identical to the one they released within like the second week of the DLC or whatever, and more traditional one that actually gets performance upgrades. I did say it was on 17 trace already. It is apparently on the Premium Deluxe Motorsports showroom, at least for this one single event week. Maybe the other one as well for the next one coming up as well, going off of the August 27th. Essentially. But yeah, if you do it for the dealership, you do get a small upcharge for like a livery or something, I believe. Basically it does look like. And then that's pretty much it for information there, it seems. Alright, all its car meet bonuses apparently here. LS Card Meet series apparently gives you 2 times money RP and an LS Card Meet reputation. In addition to that, any other source of the Card Meet reputation that's not tied to the races are also looking to be doubled. So cool. But yeah, LS Card Meet races, I think. Street Pursuit races, I kind of forget if those got boosted as much as like drift drag races, like drag drift races. I mean, if going alphabetical, technically speaking. But yes, though. I do think the more traditional race types, though, on 2 times, 8-10 minutes initially used to be like 16k, I think, or something solo. Fuck, I certainly come on. Yes. Yeah, I think it was like 16k solo for like 8-10 minutes. Yes, 16k solo, like 8-10 minutes. However, that was before the 50% boost. I think they did like Criminal Enterprise or something for like race types in general, I think. So 50% more of that's basically 24, 25k, I believe. And I know at least drag and drift races I think got a further boost as well, kind of. I'm not too sure about the street pursuit races though. And I don't know if I necessarily know what the amount of that would have been. So. But another, like, assuming another, like, 50% boost or something from, like, the 25k or something, like 24, 25k, I think I set up to here. Would be, what, like, 30-ish, 40-ish k almost. Which, yeah, 8-10 minutes solo, which I think 8 to 10 minutes, I think is the maximum you get paid for in a race, I believe, by the way, for what I said. 8 times 7 is what, like 56 for like an hour? I still don't really think you make more than like a couple $100,000 an hour if you're just doing solo up until you get like the most pay each race and finish or something. So obviously it's just not ideal making money as a solo player. Obviously you want to be playing against other players that are going to make the most serious bank money for your efforts on those. And then the RP, at least for stunt races, at least. Yeah, at least for stunt races, I know the RP is pretty good, apparently. Might be the case for all kind of races, though. The RP actually might be pretty decent. If for some reason you still need that, like in 2025, pretty much. And then that was Carving Reputation. Yeah, that was Carving Reputation is basically, yeah, double, basically. Obviously, no. Obviously, no. I don't exactly assume the street pursuit races, like, even the drag strip races get the most there. Might as well do those rapid contracts, of course, I was mentioning earlier, even without plus. Even if you're doing like a couple 100,000, like 300k, like 200-ish k for like a unipository contract, that's like a half hour-ish long or something on average. You might as well do that even if you don't have the subscription. It's the best way to get the Carmi reputation, I would say. Since apparently all other sources of it are doubled. If you're looking for that. Otherwise, I know the AFK acts a little bit weird in the Carmi, but you might be able to find a way where you might be able to do AFK or something for the Carmi or something. Like, kind of have like your controller doing like a movement or something like the whole time. Or whatever. Like, even if you're not actually like using the controller. Honestly, I don't really know how you can do that much without like possibly damaging your controller or something. No, but like they might have patched the way you can like just be on the enter exit like test track screen. I forget, they might have patched that method. I don't know if that works anymore, but yeah, that could also be a way as well if you can make it work, I guess. And if you want to take any risk of a controller button getting like damaged or something, like analog, if you like have it doing something for like a prolonged period of time or whatever. And then, plus when free LS car meet races apparently will get you an extra 100k for completing the weekly challenge. I assume they at least would include the pursuit races, street races. I feel in that case it would also include the drag and the drift races. I think for the prize art challenges, they don't, at least when you play solo anyways. And then when it says win free, I don't know if you automatically get a win if you're just doing it yourself, like how it tracks that, or like if you actually need to go against another player. So if you do need to go against another player, I'd probably for sure recommend the street races at least. And you only need like a single player for the drag and drift races, but if you do need another player for those, and obviously those would be good options as well if you don't want to do the street race method. And pursuit races requiring 4 players though, since you actually need to win as well. Probably won't go the pursuit race route for sure on the challenge for the wiki challenge though. Yes, it looks like you do get the usual wiki 100k or whatever for that wiki challenge. And then unsure about anything else really. We're really there. Like, I don't think there's a clothing item, I think I'm trying to say, really. Doesn't look like it. It's not mentioning clothing item on the thing, so I assume there's no clothing item for the reward or anything. And then, when's the time drift deliveries, apparently, here. But if you just complete any drift race, apparently you will get the bold painted and shaded drift livery for that range Heberick. Sports Classics 30% off. Sports Classic 30% off, I mean. Also on a discount, apparently, so I guess I can go over that right now. Given that class has like retro, like supercars, like old school supercars at like kind of top, I don't see it being a top performer, but I'll go over that stuff nevertheless here. I already gave credits for the spreadsheet, so I'll just say the information. For Net Racing YouTuber, of course, I already mentioned like who's behind the spreadsheet. We have for Cheberdick. It is apparently. It is apparently yes in the I tier. I mean. And it has 30th place lap time as well as 31st place top speed. Again, Rin Shepherd, the one I think in the image. Yes. Is yes, 30th place for lap time, 31st place top speed. And that is out of 50 sports classics in the whole game. So it is below average for both metrics. It would at least be just okay if it was like 25th, like 24th-ish or something. But yeah, there's only like 2 HSW vehicles that only goes up to like 28th, like 29th at best. Really, it's not a good vehicle for performance. That one you only want for personal preference customization kind of reasons. Which apparently there's more of that now with a drift delivery you can unlock for doing a drift race. Basically. And if you take on, then yes, apparently if you take on a drift race in the Dinka Chester RR for the sports class, that will get you the that will yes give you the aggressive drift gorilla green drift livery. Basically, felt like a little bit of a mouthful or like some tongue twisting thing or something with like drift, the start and kind of end of the title, or like right after the title or something, whatever. In the latter case, of course. And yeah, it does get a word within 72 hours of completion. So if they don't show up, you have to wait like a couple days, like 72 hours, which is equivalent to 3 real life days. Not in game 72 hours, surely not. The real life 72 hours for real life days, surely. Yeah, it doesn't look like just our R's on discount, just Chebrick though, so just beware of that though. And I do also assume you can also use the stock Jester RR for drift races as well. It doesn't really matter, obviously, since you have a drift version anyways that you have to use, basically. Yeah, you will always have like a drift vehicle to use, basically, for a Jester for getting that livery, so I'm sure it can probably just be the one that's provided to you by the game if you decide to do that. Since in the case of a drift vehicle, it's almost no difference having like a custom versus a stock. It's almost no difference anyways, aside for like cosmetics, of course. God, you fuck ass hernia, bro. Drunk tons of water or something. Like, be better. Come on. Alright, and then, yeah, 2 times 1 year P on the new community combat series. First time I've ever done the combat series, like a dedicated combat series, apparently. Again, they kind of rebranded the community series. They are kind of rebranding community series as like last couple events at least, and onwards, basically. God, seriously, I fucking hernia. Can we do fucking better here? Come on. Oh, because of the stupid asshole crawling around in the bathroom hallway again or something. But it might continue off of the like race series if it's 2 times and not even being 3 times on debut is kind of my guess. Kind of my guess. So, no. And then, yeah, I already mentioned the bottom part, by the way, like without the text on the screen, I think, so I'm good basically already now. No. From there, it's just now available for the like initial DLC release, and then all the other stuff from like day one of the update, basically, yeah. Yes, that was everything there, basically. Yeah, Freeman. podcast, aren't you, bro? Come on. Yeah, free mode I'll do for the invite only for story mode accordance. And then for this, plus the new plus benefits, new vehicle apparently, or not new vehicle of course, but the free vehicle. Obviously it's not the new vehicle since it's free for everybody as well, it seems. Like, I mean, it's not the one new free vehicle or whatever. The one new vehicle. Of course, they could have chose one from the update if they wanted to, but they chose to do an older one, basically. And then, obviously, since the new one's free, there's no point doing that one. The plus members only looks to be the Pegassi Torero XO. Pretty good supercar, actually, technically. If you're taking away HSW, I believe it's actually the best top speed in the game, I think. For the supercar class, anyways. Again, sorry, man, this fucking hernia is just, like, being a bitch. Alright, but yes. So, why I did say this vehicle is good, according to the spreadsheet, is apparently in the C tier. But again, keep in mind the spreadsheet is mostly based on the lap times. It's more the telltale sign on the more important of the two metrics. But doesn't mean it's like a bad vehicle, like entirely, though. No. But with the new Suzume that came out with this update, apparently, which I think was maybe the only supercar that released this update, it did actually drop down a placement on the lap time, going from 17th to 18th place on the lap time. That's my DualSense wireless controller battery level is low, apparently. Goddamn. Yes. But again, it's in the C tier Torero XO on the spreadsheet. For C tier. Again, with the new Suzume that came out in this update, I believe, that's the only new supercar this update, I believe, it did sadly drop down another placement on the lap time. So it was 17th place, now it's 18th place lap time. Which, not gonna lie, that's still not the worst, obviously, out of like 64 supercars in the game. But it's more of a top speed vehicle than a lap time vehicle, because, yeah, while it is 18 for the lap time, it is, however, 5th place on top speed, which is really insanely good there on that metric. And there is 4 HSW vehicles. HSW does mostly prioritize on top speed is the kind of huge gimmick of it. So every single HSW is the only vehicle even above it for top speed for the supercar class. Which effectively means, which yes, effectively does mean the Torero XO is the best non-HSW top speed in the game. Which usually does matter, but since it does require a plus subscription to get it for free, you will have to have the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, /S, PC Enhanced version of the game. If you are getting this subscription for the vehicle for free in the first place, and you cannot get the subscription on the legacy versions of the game that do not have HSW in the first place, along with the subscription. And then, yeah, there's the monthly 500k they're highlighting there apparently for like the persistent benefit. Get Plus, what is Plus? New benefits every month. This month in GT Plus. So from here, I'll see what else I want to mention before I go in the game for the subscription. Basically. Okay, where's my Plus news wire tab? I mean, those renew monthlies, that actually probably explains it, actually. Never mind. Never mind. I think I just need to prepare, like, ahead of time, I think. I just didn't this time, I think. Oh yeah, and I also did talk about those Robert contract finales, right? I did talk about that part as well, since I was on the main menu, so I have to actually talk about a couple things for the subscription already, basically. Basically. Yes. Apparently for the clothing stuff, apparently there's the Atomic Racing Bomber and Cap. Yes, Atomic Racing Bomber and Cap, I mean. I know I kind of butchered it there because my fuckers aren't in, but yeah, that's what I meant. And that's including the Atomic Racing Bomber Zipped and Atomic Racing Cap, apparently, in particular, for the full-on names for each of those two clothing items. And then for new chameleon paints, apparently, there is the green/red flip chameleon paint, and then the matching wheel paint. So basically, the green/red flip chameleon wheel paint, in addition to the other one, of course, I mentioned there previously. Basically. No clue if it's actually displayed on there. I'm guessing not for the image, of course. So just take my word for it, since I'm a non-member after all. After all. Alright. So it looks like there's a discount and then another money opportunity at least to cover like later. Basically. Maybe even 2 money opportunities as well. Guess I can say one now, I guess. I guess I can say one right now. It's actually not in the game yet, and it will be later on. And that is plus a new Cayo Perico Survival arrives in GTA Online on August 28th. So that'll be 2 events, I believe, from now, basically. And GTA Plus members will get 4 times rewards in this new mode for September 10th. September 10th, of course. So that will be happening for the Plus subscription, basically. But not right now, basically. Yeah, there's still a discount and money opportunity cover. Discounts also kind of pairing from like some of the stuff going on right now, but I'll wait on it regardless, I guess. So I can show like a whole list for it on like a laptop, for example, in the actual game. in the actual game for a hint for later, of course. Alright, I think that's going to be it. Into story mode and if I only know. No. By the way, I didn't mention, but I don't think I'll be playing the combat series since those require other players, and invite only matchmaking is like nothing at all, basically. So like, I don't really see the point. Unfortunately. There's Hardy, Battle Gauntlet, Hellfire, Vapidonia FX, Dinkish, Shavas V6. Again, those last 2 were the ones on discount of those ones. Almost in the same order as the other list, but I think they put the Hardy on top, a new vehicle with the latest update or something. And yes, it showed the Walton L35, the drift one. I mean, of course, like on the like San Andreas thing, like the pop-up thing, even. Alright, sorry. Hello. Yeah, my controller died, as I kind of explained what's going to happen. Like it does anymore, since... Yes. Oh, and also, actually, my voice stuff might not even be because of my hernia or something. Fucking mom's been sick or some shit. Fucking, was claiming that she was trying not to be in my way or anything to not get me sick, but nah, no. One day during like a dinner, she was cooking. She was like hella like in my face or something for some reason. So I'm probably fucking sick, and that's probably why I said my voice hella sucks right now. Actually, that might be the main reason this fucking time. Actually. I just completely remembered about that. I mentioned for the stream, basically. So yeah, again, I'm at the hands-on car wash since I cannot spawn directly at the Higgins Hallators. Actually, speaking of that, there might be something going on there, but again, that might be more for later. Basically. I'm in Tampa GT, of course. That's a HSW vehicle I'm using for the Town Charles right now. Since, again, luckily enough on the other vehicles, I would have used it right away since I was actually done with the previous vehicle. Was on like right before the DLC came out, interestingly. For like, I think the first time since like the game, of course, first came out, where of course HSW was like literally fresh and new. Basically. So I did use the weaponized Kanata, I'm pretty sure, the last time, since I remember it was on discount, I think, as well in the event. And that wasn't why I used it, I think it was just naturally where I was, I believe. So I am going to use my Akula, take my Akula for a spin again. Almost getting through this whole list already, man, that's kind of crazy. Last stream was over halfway through, basically. Yeah, back with the Akula, just doing the takeoff. Might as well. Yeah, cool. I really do enjoy the Akula. I really do like the Akula, definitely. On average, it's much better than the Annihilator Stealth. Annihilator Stealth was kind of a joke, and they released like a couple years after this, even. One annoying gripe I have with the vehicle, yeah, is you have to use the stealth feature to not lock on. You don't even have homing off or you do not have the homing off from the missiles. If you just have to use the stealth mode, I guess, to do homing off, basically. Kind of annoying, but yeah. You have missiles, stand tracking, of course, machine guns. Yeah, the machine guns are kind of the weak point of the vehicle in terms of like weaponry, but that's to be expected. Regular traditional machine guns are not really the greatest anyways, like no matter the vehicle for the most part, yeah, it is stealth, basically. God fucking damn you, fuck ass body. Can we do this? Hello. Because I'd have somebody hell in my way and shit. That all happens, of course.
What's up?
Since I haven't still left after waking up at like 5 fucking a.m. at like 8 or 9, which was fucking annoying. Yeah. Hernia we really need to improve, because like I need to get free shit. Not that many, not that many, but being a plus up end, I do want to go over to Bondwood Club app for the Car Club vehicles, including the ones that are not the free vehicle, of course. That was Tour Sport actually for Day Tuesday. Sure, let me do that right now, I guess. And then, if you are on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced, where that was Tour Sport for Day Tuesday, it is Deer, Mountain Lion, and Hen, apparently. Yeah, Deer, Mountain Lion, and Hen are all pretty obvious locations, I would say. Definitely. Deer, Mountain Lion, you pretty much find them in like practically the same areas. I feel all the time. Deer, Chilliwack Mountain State Wilderness, of course. Chilliwack Mountain State Wilderness, I've kind of said, of course. And it being a mountain lion, of course, you'd obviously find that there. Like, Vinewood Hill areas and stuff, I'm sure you can find both of those as well. Hens, you find out like the farmland areas, I think in like grapeseed and stuff, basically. So they're pretty obvious ones there, basically. But again, going for, again, not this one, not that one. I think it is an option saver there, it always kind of was, but here, obviously, so I don't have to show like PSN and stuff like crazy. We had a Deluxe, though. Yeah, Deluxo is the DeLorean, of course, the vehicle. In terms of GTA series, first debuted in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Fucking, this vehicle is the one with the... But yeah, it's a hovering weaponized vehicle, basically, for Grand Theft Auto Online, basically. Has front-mounted machine guns, but not... It has front-mounted machine guns, of course, but yeah, obviously they're not explosive machine guns, so... Yeah, they're pretty standard for, like, damage and stuff, I guess, if you're not using missiles, so... Like, I'm sure they're not the worst machine guns out there, but also not the best, obviously not being explosive. Missiles... It has 30 of the best tracking homing missiles in the whole game, so it actually does have some of the best missile capabilities in the whole game. does yes have some of the best missiles of the whole game. And yeah, for vehicle website, you found on the Warstock Cash and Carry website. It's actually a pretty good vehicle for certain contact missions. It is a very contact mission vehicle, since contact missions oftentimes do not let you spawn like your helicopters and stuff, or like the interaction menu. So usually you have to kind of you have to kind of improvise a little bit, basically. So Deluxo usually for contact missions tends to be pretty good, since it's kind of one of the better point-A-point view vehicles actually used for contact missions because of the blacklisting of like helicopters oftentimes on those. After that is the Torador, another Warstock Cash and Carry vehicle, actually. Same thing, kind of the like machine guns and missiles. I've seen the machine guns are around the same, maybe even a little more powerful than the Deluxe machine guns, if anything. Front-mounted machine guns on the submarine vehicles actually might be some of the better ones from what I've heard, actually, for like basic machine guns, essentially. And then missiles. The Torador is actually pretty unique being a land vehicle. It actually has unlimited homing missiles like an aircraft actually does. Like an aircraft does, it actually has the best capacity for missiles being unlimited, obviously. Not being limited missiles, it actually has unlimited missiles, which is actually surprising. Given again it is a land vehicle and that's usually reserved for air vehicles only to have the unlimited capacity on their missiles essentially. And I think they're even a step up above standard tracking, I think, as well. They're not as accurate as the Luxo missiles, but they're like beneath that basically in terms of the tracking, I believe. I think it's like the second best tracking missiles in the game. I think it is basically, yes, the second best tracking missiles in the game. And being unlimited, that's pretty fun, I would say, being an unlimited vehicle missiles as well. Only vehicle in the game with unlimited missiles that has better tracking missiles than standard tracking missiles. Definitely. And then, yeah. This is also the only combination of a submarine vehicle and then also a rocket boost vehicle as well. So, not only is it submarine vehicle like the Stromberg, it is also able to have rocket boosts as well, basically. Which is definitely interesting, can be a deadly combination as well. Essentially. Then you have the Western Reaver or whatever up next. Pretty good motorcycle, actually. Get a Reaver. Trying to remember on this one. Yet a lap time. It might be top 10 actually for a lap time, but it's more important, better off for top speed actually. Because this is actually the #1 top speed, even, yes, above the HSW Hotshot Drag, which is interesting. Which I think has something to do with like a glitch of like the rear wheel. I think it has something to do with like a glitch of like the rear wheel. And I think the glitch is active regardless of like what wheel is on the back, unlike some other vehicles from what I understand, so no matter what you do with the vehicle, it does actually have the #1 top speed, even above the HSW Hotshot Drag, whether you're on 8th gen or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Even on 9th gen, again, it's the best for 9th gen for the top speed for the motorcycle class because of the rear wheel bug, where whatever reason it tends to just go really quick because something with the rear wheel in the game, basically. Just goes really quick, something to do with the rear wheel, basically. So it's a very insane motorcycle, definitely. Will not go over exact performance numbers since it is on the plus thing. And every vehicle there is on like a 20% discount, but I don't really go over that stuff as heavily since it is plus. The Cinco Mille, whatever, is a sedan. 4-seater sedan, and then also actually a pretty good sedan as well. It's actually not #1 lap times, it already goes to the Chavez V6, which I already covered, of course, being on a 50% off discount for the general event. Yeah, I think it's like right underneath that, I think though, for the lap time, of course, for the lap time, of course. Yes, of course. And sorry, this stupid body might be kind of sick right now. I looked for my own eyes, but it's not on a general sale. No. Yeah, I looked for my own eyes, but it's not on a general sale, just for 20% off being part of the Onward Club, of course, so I'm not going to go over that information basically. After that, yes, it's the Declasse Reaper supercar. I believe it was in Ill-Gotten Gains, or no, not Ill-Gotten Gains. I meant to say like might have had like a different update in my head, but yeah, for a small sliver of a moment. But yeah, the Reaper, I mean, is like executive ever criminal or finance felony, one of the executive updates, I believe. Maybe even SLA's import-export, but I don't really think so on that particular one. But I think it was one of those like executive updates, essentially. Yes, Reaper. Yeah, I don't think this one performs that good, I believe. I don't think it does. Again, it's a 2015, 16 supercar, like late 2015 or like late 2016, I'm pretty sure. So those really just do not tend to perform that great anymore. Really. Yeah, the Pegassi and Tornado. This one was way back in like the High Life update, like 2014, like early mid 2014. So it's pretty old. Probably around the same performance as the Reaper, which I'm just not thinking is that good nowadays. Quite frankly. I think the Centorno actually might be a little better than the Reaper, maybe even a good bit better than the Reaper, but something actually worth noting is I think the Centorno eventually got added livery support and stuff for the Criminal Enterprise DLC a couple years back, where they actually went back to revisit some older vehicles and had like some livery support, maybe even some more customization options as well. Which is definitely pretty interesting, no doubt. And then the Baller STD, not to be confused with the Baller ST from the Contract DLC, was the one that released later on, I believe. Also has a Monty Tech as well, I believe. Which I think is the only one on this list so far with a Monty Tech. But yeah, this one, infamously, I don't think actually has an armor upgrade, I believe. Like, not like the actual armor upgrade in the mod shop, I mean like the armor plating, excuse me. Which is worth noting, because I think the ones from like 2015, I think, had armor plating. For like the Executive Upper Criminals DLC. So it's kind of a weird decision there, I think, to not include armor plating on this one. I believe this one does not have armor plating, I believe, sadly. It may have fluorescent glass on it, though. I'm trying to remember if it has fluorescent glass on it, though. It very much might, as far as I know. Certain ones did, I think, like, even after the initial contract batch, I think even some of them still kind of did, I think. So this one at least might have fluorescent glass. Definitely does not have front-mounted machine guns, since front-mounted machine guns are limited to day one options, or not day one options, but again, the initial contract DLC batch, which was the first update that even introduced the Monty Tech. That was the update that introduced the Monty Tech in the first place, of course. So I know it definitely does not have front-mounted machine guns. I know, yes, it definitely does not have front-mounted machine guns. It might have slick lines. I'm not too sure, actually. Not too sure, actually, if it has slick lines on it, but still. What definitely does have though is definitely the option for either the missile lock-on chamber or remote control unit. What this one, yes, definitely does have is the option for the missile lock-on chamber or the remote control unit. I'm trying to remember if it's even electric. Kind of trying to remember if it's even an electric car at all. Like, I forget. Maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to remember though if it has like electric capabilities, like if it's an electric car or not. If it's even worth recommending the like remote control unit for that reason. But either way, it is an SUV, and SUVs are not exactly the speediest class out there, so I probably would recommend the missile lock-on chamber on that vehicle over the remote control unit. Again, unless it's an electric vehicle, unless it is an electric car, then it would actually be kind of better off, essentially. Essentially. And whip sources, I did not necessarily do that yet. God, all this phlegm or some shit. Fucking rude bitch, what do you know? Damn, But again, the only real reason I'd recommend the remote control unit is if it's an electric car. Yeah. If it's not an electric car, then I would for sure recommend the lock-on chamber. If it is electric, then I think honestly either of them would be good. But yeah, if it is electric, honestly either of them could be good. But if it's not electric, then yeah, definitely the lock-on chamber would be the one to get an option. No doubt. And then after that's actually the Omnis EGT, which is actually another Amani Tech vehicle after that. This one I'm pretty sure actually does have the armor plating. Force glass, I actually don't think this one is force glass though. Definitely no front mounted machine guns on this one, not being initial contract DLC batch. I think it does have silk mines. And then it gets choice of either the missile lock-on chamber or remote control unit. Basically. So I think it for sure is armor plating and the silk mines. I think along with missile lock-on chamber remote control unit. And yeah, this one actually is electric, hence the E in the name, so the remote control unit actually might be the better one here, and this one's also a sports car, so I do think it actually would be better with the remote control unit. So being a sports car already has kind of maneuverability for that reason, for the most part. It can actually maneuver around the map pretty well, I would say, being a sports car. I know, but yes. And yeah, also, I think it is armored though, like I said. And because it's actually electric, it actually has the best armor plating of some of the Amani Tech vehicles in the whole game. Yeah, there's like a patrol tank mechanic, I think, where like the RPGs and homing launchers actually do the same damage, but If it's not an electric Amani Tech, I think the RPG actually does a little more damage, I think, than the homing launchers. Even if you have, even yes, if you have to manually aim the regular RPG, of course, versus the homing, that's kind of like a advantage if you can actually hit the shots, basically. So yeah, this thing's kind of a tank when it comes to free mode, as long as you have the, especially the missile lock-on chamber to make it quite the tank. Since those would also not be able to lock on for that reason, but at the same time, again, it is electric. So remote control unit, if you absolutely did want to change it up or use the remote control unit, you absolutely could as well. Yeah, Omnis CGT is a pretty good vehicle, even probably more so than Ball STD. The Omnis CGT, yeah, I think is a pretty good vehicle though, even compared to the Ball STD when it comes to the Money Tech in particular, of course. And then it is the Emperor Vector, it looks like, for the Los Santos Tuners DLC. Whatever. Tuner subclass vehicle. I know this one's very good on the lap time, and then it's also piss poor on the top speed, I believe, if I remember right. Basically. So. It generally could be a good option, especially for street races, I feel. Like for street races do have some good top speed on occasions. It might not be as good there as street races, though. Yeah, it is a tuner subclass vehicle, if I forgot to mention or didn't mention yet, though. Kind of tired and stuff, though. So you can use it for street pursuit races, I think. Which, actually, yeah, was that kind of mentioned, right. Drag races possibly as well, but not drift races, since it does have drift tuning. Not drift races, since there's no drift tuning for it, though. Oh yeah. So that was the last of those, apparently. Yeah, this can definitely be a pretty good vehicle, though, for the street pursuit races, drag races. Robbery contracts, it could kind of be good in as well if you want lap time over top speed. If you want lap time over top speed, it could suffice. Could even, yes, suffice for the robbery contracts if you want lap time over the top speed for some reason. Though there is highways you want to go on for the depository contract, the best one to do for those anyways, and that would be something better off for the DKHSR. Because apparently the newer, but yes, newer ones, basically. Apparently the newer ones that they've added in DLCs cannot be used in robbery contracts from what I hear anyways. Not sure if that's 100% true, but still. Whatever though. So I'm pretty sure I was there, basically. You know, hour and a half already, and apologies for that. Fucking parent got sick or something, I think, so I might be having something like that, I'm not sure. Not sure. Yes. Alright, there it is. Okay, I was wondering where that was. I somehow didn't see it. I guess it was tires and whatever. Still though. It looks to be Clefia Way or whatever. Whatever, basically. But yeah, this one actually used to be very fun for time trial, like regular time trial, since you could actually use like certain more interesting vehicles back then before they like upped the payout to like 100k and like Damascene or like Resort DLC or whatever. I think it was during Damascene Resort DLC they like blacklisted a bunch of interesting vehicles suddenly finally for like the time trials essentially. But yes. Oh, I need to take kind of a break, man. I'm getting so tired. Also try to see if I can get this shit to stop now.
going?
Alright. Alright. See if it'll let me do this now, you fucking body though. For real though. Yeah, for real though. But again, this time trial, I think it's kind of speaking the slightest bit on. Yeah, at least for day Tuesday is Califia way or Calafia way, whatever. Yeah, this one used to be interesting before, like, Time Casino Resort, like, beforehand. Like, before that, I mean, pretty much. Where you could actually use something maybe like the Boys Are Aqua or something and actually get through, like, through the water, which was definitely fun. Nowadays, though, ever since Time Casino Resort onwards, ever since it started giving, like, 100K, like, for the time trial, they started blacklisting, like, the interesting vehicles, and therefore, pretty much the advice is just the usual. Fortunately, just, like, using, like, a motorcycle, if not, like, a supercar or a sports car, pretty much, after that. Basically, after all that, basically. I'll get more into why those free class scores for later. But yes. Yes, though. Yeah, for Dave. Tuesday Auto, yes. Trying to think. Yeah, I think the rally ages basically go around like Park City, Montecito, Dodo. I think it goes over to that, right? Or if not, then like here. Well, if it goes to that, then this might be a shortcut here at least. And that could be about it. If not, then I think for the most part it's just GPS route, really. Any shortcut you could do in the past is just because of the lesser vehicle restrictions, like I kind of said. But again, though, yes. Again, motorcycles, especially super sports, pretty much the top class for those would be your best options to use, as I'll again explain later. I think I went over everything I was going to on that. I think though. And then onto RCB and Ditto time trial for. Oh, I was going to explain actually, right? Nah. I said at least for day Tuesday on this one because the last update I think that changed the time trial was like at all much was San Andreas Mercenaries DLC like 2 summer updates ago. That was where they started doing like the daily time trial things. So, like when that first came out, I believe it would actually change each day, like our Spindito and Drink Energy do, but now it does actually stay the same one for the whole week, but I think you get like 50k payout per day, so you can basically do the same. So you basically get to do the same time trial each day for 7 days, I believe, for the traditional time trial. I think they've eventually changed it that way for some reason. Maybe because they got tired of changing it or something. Like each time or something. And then. Onto our Spindito time trial again though. For today, Tuesday here, it looks to be construction site 2, so if you are familiar with the first construction site, I'm sure it'd be pretty easy to do. I know they're able to be quite different depending on like how like the vehicle has to move around and stuff, but of course it should assumingly be similar to the first one though in the slightest sense. But if not, then I'm gonna just suggest my usual advice. As the name suggests, obviously you only use the one vehicle of our Spindito. So yes, you can only use the one vehicle of our Spindito. And then, yeah, because of that, it more relies on the turns and corners, so you have to be pretty good with the lap time and stuff. So yeah, it's just, I suggest learning turns and corners, of course, naturally with like triangle, one on Xbox, or key on PC for a respawning mechanic. Or if not, then just learn it for like a video guide, or if not, then learn how to do the turns and corners for, yes, a video guide, of course. I think that covers that one for sure. Then it's on to the HSW time trial for the week. This one is, of course, still weekly one, season phase. This one pays like 250-ish K, so it is a weekly one still, not like a daily changing thing, of course. Yes, HSW Sandy Shores. Yeah, this one, honestly, I think for the most part, GPS route works pretty good. You might have some early moments where you can shortcut at least. Like here, you might be able to shortcut or something. Or wherever. Again, like early moments, good enough in shortcut. And I think near the later moments, there's also like small moments of shortcut as well. I can't remember most of the top of my head right now, but yeah. It's like another pretty straightforward one, I feel like the first couple or whatever. It might not even be until it gets to like the one like kind of over here where you kind of start getting the more significant shortcuts on those HSW time trials, I feel. But yes. So how do you feel this one's pretty straightforward with the GPS route alone? As me knows, it's no part-time, and that's not because there's not a part-time, of course, it's just because like, it's based on being an HSW vehicle. Yeah, you have to be in an HSW vehicle, of course, to get it like part-time or something in that case. Yeah, for HSW, basically. The part-time might be determined off of class. It might be determined, yes, for part-time on Class C, Class B, Class A. Class C, ironically, is two classes that actually start with C, and it's only like 3 vehicles of the 27 altogether. And that is compacts with the Declasse RA, HSW, and then coupes with the Sentinel XS, HSW, as well as the Euros X32, 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 HSW, whatever. And then Class B. From there, for Class B, Class A, I'll just go over the actual classes, and that is Muscle Car, SUV, I believe Sports Classics, and then Off-Road. Should be all those four classes that make up Class B. And then Class A goes into the kind of the advice I gave for the regular time trial, actually, where it's sports supers and motorcycles, whatever, for the Class A, which is why I recommend those classes for the regular time trial, kind of to do with the system, of course, for the HSW time trial part-time is whatever. Yes. What else from there, though? What do I do from there, though? I'm so like all over the place. Maybe I'll just go over the current ones, basically, for the latest update, if I'm remembering right. Maybe. But yeah, the current two and the latest update are the HSW Woodlander, though. Which I believe is third place lap time, second place top speed. It's not too revolutionary of one, quite frankly. But yeah, Woodlander's not a very revolutionary one. Being only third place, second place for a lap time top speed, so there's better options for just speed class. And then the muscle car class got the Tampa GT, and this is the latest one from DLC. It's actually the worst lap time of any of the 27 HSW vehicles in the game, from what I hear, apparently. And is obviously the worst one because of that for the muscle car class for lap time for the 5 HSW vehicles there are. However, in return, the Tampa GT actually has the #1 top speed for its own class, and it's even third best overall. It is. Don't say it's for a blank. Yes. So yeah, I already mentioned the lap-time thing with the Tampa GT, and then top speed. Apparently, for top speed on that one, it is third best overall, of course. Like best for the muscle car class, of course, and then third best overall just behind 2 sports cars, which are which is the Banshee GTS and the Stinger TT. Those are the two that's behind for the sports class, essentially for like overall top speed, basically. So it is a very good vehicle in the Tampa GT, and between the two newest options, if you want to use one of the newest options. If yes, in particular you want to use one of the newest options, that's pretty much the way to go. Basically, in the Team GT, definitely. And then. Yeah, third best overall, just behind two sports cars being GTS, Stinger TT, for top speed. It's very good on the one I'm using currently, the Team GT, definitely. And yeah, one more thing, HSW weaponized Ignis, I believe is, one more thing though, I do believe the HSW weaponized Ignis is excluded, like, in terms of vehicles that cannot be used. Yeah, the HSW weaponized Ignis, since it is stuck with a weapon, then yeah, for some reason, something with that prevents it from being used in the HSW time trials after the Criminal Enterprise DLC came out, at least. After the Criminal Enterprise DLC came out, that was the restriction, particularly for the weaponized Ignis, at least. And then yeah, if I had to choose the number one best vehicle, it's going to go to the HSW Hawkjaw Drag, definitely. Gee, yeah, 2 hours, sorry. I'm just trying to think of what to say, because I'm tired and shit. For being a bitch and shit. But now. After that, it's Junk Energy Town Trial for day 2-0. Right. Which is Quartz Center, apparently. But yeah, as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go. Go where you need to go, yes. Maximize on the curves boost as well. Then you should have no problem again. As long as you don't fall off, go where you need to go, maximize on curves boost, you should have no issue whatsoever to beat it, I would say. And yeah, you cannot use like the 2013 bicycles, like the BMX and stuff, you cannot do that. You can only use the ones that are released like a whole decade later with the curves boost again, with the ones I was just talking about with the like inductor bikes, basically. I mean, since I haven't mentioned the name, but yeah, they were inductor bikes until now. I finally mentioned the name. Basically, though. But yeah, if for some reason advice of like don't fall off, go where you need to go, maximize on curves boost does not help, then like I would definitely suggest just looking at the video guide, basically. And then finally onto the premium race here. Which is apparently for the muscle car class. So if you're on PlayStation 5, so Series X/S, PC hands, that should basically go for going in order of release. There is yes the Arbor GT, one of the worst ones basically. It's the second worst one now. Is it a Chamber GT being released though for the lap time for the HSW options? One of only two, I think, for muscle car HSW. That's not like the way top of the lap time as well. I think. And then I think that one's 5th place for top speed, being behind all the other HSW options for top speed, but being still better than all the non-HSW options for top speed, I believe. So Arbor GT is just pretty much like the worst option, I feel like, altogether for the muscle car class. HSW options in particular, of course. And then you have the Vigor ZX, pretty sure that came out, and the Colonel Enterprise DLC, like the update after the initial release, like the 9th gen version of the game, basically. Yeah, Vigor ZX is pretty much the best option for lap time. Yes. And I think it's also like 2nd, 3rd place top speed. Yeah, in fact, the roofed version is basically number 2, basically, for top speed. I'm pretty sure. Then I think after the regular, I think after the regular Vigor ZX, yes, was the Buffalo EVX or whatever. Thought of Buffalo EVX, yes. Which I think is like the 3rd place on the lap time. I think it was 3rd place on lap time if I recall. Top speed, basically, I think it's like 4th place for top speed for the EVX, basically. And then, yeah, Chop Shop DLC and just the roofless version of the Vigor ZX, which is almost pretty much the same as the regular Vigor ZX like I mentioned earlier. Which is just the slightest tad, like smidge worst for lap time. Which I think is the 2nd place, since I think the Vigor ZX, the traditional one I said, was 1st place. And then top speed of that one, basically. Again, I think it's like 3rd place there as well, actually. Yes. So I think the convertible one, the Vigor ZX from Chop Shop DLC, is the 3rd place, the lap time, and the 3rd place top speed, I'm pretty sure. And then last but not least, you have the Tampa GT, of course. Basically went over is the worst of the 5 for lap time for HSW, is #1 at the muscle car for top speed, both in general for muscle car class and just W course score. And then if you are in PlayStation 4 as possible on PC Legacy, I can go over any remaining S tier options at least, I suppose. For the muscle car class, to go over the good options for the legacy platforms. Yes. Yeah, if you are on the legacy platforms, for the S tier on muscle car, you have the Dominator GT, which was Chop Shop DLC, I believe, for like a convertible muscle car. Then you have the Buffalo STX, which is a Monty Tech version of the Buffalo that came out in a contract DLC, basically. And then for my third recommendation, if you're on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, is finally the Dominator FX, basically, which is on discount for 50% off apparently as well, which is off apparently 50% off as well right now. Alright, but yeah, that was pretty much any vehicle advice for every platform, basically. Yeah, I think after I do, like, what is lap time, what is top speed, lap times, turns and corners in the city, like, most courses will have, like, some significant amount of lap time, which is why it's ranked, like, considered higher in, like, the tiers for lap time over top speed. It's a lot more important, of course. And then top speed is a lot more niche, as you'll be able to see, which is highways, airport runways, and then airstrips, basically. Which airstrips includes like the Topley Hills one from like last update, Grand Sonora Desert, and then Grapeseed. And yeah, I think premium races are always like city tracks, so you don't have stunt tracks ever, I believe, on those. So yeah, it kind of just goes to show why top speed isn't accounted for as much on the tier and stuff. And then, how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going to the actual race course? When I'm hovered over there, of course, you can see square for start job. On the bottom right rectangle, which is X on Xbox, whatever key on PC. And when you do that, I'll take you into the actual like race lobby where you can see the name of the race. On the lobby screen, you can also press square X and Xbox or PC, and that'll actually show you the map of the race. So there you can actually analyze for a lap time, like turns, corners, and then top speed for pure straights, basically. And if for some reason you forget to do it there, I believe when you choose a vehicle as well, you can also do the same button thing, basically. I think I pretty much went over everything there. Sorry if I forgot anything, but I'm like, tired as fuck. No. Alright, police bike, livery, into topping, of course, whatever. Don't really think they announced an end date. I did not think they announced an end date, yes, so... Yeah, I believe, it'll probably just go to the next DLC or something, like a final DLC, if they in fact do get, if they do in fact get Grand Theft Auto 6 out in time, of course.
The Diamond Casino and Resort presents a brand new car available to win today, simply with the spin of a wheel.
Yes, finally into the casino though. Again, sorry it took so long, I've just been tired and stuff. 1,000 visitor bonus chips, of course. Lucky wheel spin, my one for the week I usually do, of course.
Ready for some real excitement? Bet on the ponies at the Inside Track, the premier horse racing
20,000 chips
Casino and Resort.
Apparently. Cool. But yes. That got me to 1,502,939 chips, apparently. Wait, what? It's the weaponized Tampa? Is that right? What the fuck? The weaponized Tampa is the podium vehicle. Like, yo, what? ID business, document forgery, and then mint counterfeit cash. Okay. But I am, in fact, seeing this correct. It is the weaponized Tampa for sure on the Warsaw Cash Carry website. I don't know if I've actually ever put that on a podium before, but could be wrong. But whatever. Released during the gun running DLC, it was. Pretty sure. Yes. On a trade price, at least, it costs $1,585,000. Buy now price, will probably put in like $2 million for sure. Yeah, it is weaponized, so obviously very much will be worthwhile. Definitely. Alright, but yeah, so I'm looking on the Newswire. Yeah, it does in fact say it's a weaponized Tampa, so it's not going crazy there. Of course. Though obviously it looks exactly like that. Alright, so yeah, a lot to talk about on this vehicle being weaponized then. But yeah, the weaponized Tampa. To maximize on this vehicle, you will need to be doing bunker research, which nowadays, Criminal Enterprise DLC onward is much easier than ever, since you have those, like, bunker research missions or whatever. Yeah, at default, it pretty much looks like it comes with a gun basically on the top, and that's kind of about it. But with research, you can actually unlock missiles that you can use at the front of the vehicle. Now, for some reason, the missiles on the weaponized Tampa are some of the more restricted missiles of the game, where they have capacity and they actually don't lock on at all. I think they're just free-aim missiles. I'm pretty sure they're just free-aim missiles in like the front of it. And it's either 20 or 30. I can't remember how much, but I think it was one of those two values for sure. So very limited use, and it can't even lock on. You have to be facing actively with the vehicle, like what you want to hit with the missiles. Apparently, use apparently. As the name suggests, this one is actually super weaponized, which is pretty cool, of course. No. Yeah, the gun can be upgraded to a dual, like, minigun kind of thing that you can fully rotate 360 degrees. Because I think the default one, you can't even move the gun at all or whatever. It's like static, I think, on the default gun, I think. But yes. Weaponized Tampa, though, when you get the dual rotation, like machine gun kind of thing, you can actually aim it pretty much anywhere, which is really good and useful. Especially for like situations where you have like a moving target. If you have like a moving target and you have to like spare the vehicle and not blow up the vehicle, then I think the weaponized Tampa with that is definitely the greatest at doing that. And the dual rotating machine gun is the main reason why it's a pretty good vehicle as well for contact missions, like I was kind of saying earlier for the Deluxe, except for obviously a different reason. Having free range to aim the gun is obviously super useful for contact missions, and then getting, like, if you have like a moving vehicle and you have to like take out the target instead of moving vehicle or whatever for like a mission or something, free mode mission or otherwise, whatever, then obviously makes it pretty damn really good, of course. Yeah, gun, like I was saying, really good. Yeah. Yes, you also do get vehicle proximity mines. Do be careful with them, of course. And again, I think it's a research thing too, but yeah, be careful with them, of course, because this vehicle is actually not armored, so if you're not careful with it, you'll actually just blow yourself up. So don't be a sitting duck, of course, when you place it. It does not have armor, of course. You have to be moving, of course, which should be doing with any vehicle, really, even armored ones, of course. Don't use your armor, just your own weaponry, of course, but still. No. Last weapon I think has like the mortar. There's like a mortar kind of grenade launcher kind of thing in the back. They can have the angles it shoots at and stuff is kind of like meh and stuff. I think you have to like charge it up for it to shoot further and stuff as well. I kind of honestly don't see the most use out of it when you already have the vehicle proximity mines. They're just much easier to control, I feel. But still, it's another weapon regardless to make the weapons Tampa what it is. have a name weaponized because it's crazy weaponized, of course, of how many different options it has to it and stuff. But I mean, it's another good option, I guess, if you need explosives and proxy mines for some reason. Just not do it if you need like a little more like range in a certain situation or something.
Send a server over this way, will you?
Yeah, it's a very good vehicle. Insane value on it, especially if the trade price. It just can be kind of a pain to build up the research to get it to its maximum potential. Especially for the dual gun thing, of course, dual rotation gun on it, but still. That smuggler plane, I never really cared for those. No. Sheesh, okay, I didn't realize I was doing that. Was it cool somehow? Or whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I think I did everything I was going to do there. I think. So, over to the, it's Carmi de Coruscant. But yes, so. So here apparently you have the Grati Cheetah, Lampadati Pagali, and the Western Rat Bike. Interesting for those. Carmi and test rides, whatever. Day 1 vehicle here with the Grati Cheetah, September 17, 2013. Lampadati Pagali was actually the I'm Not a Hipster DLC, which is a 2014 DLC vehicle, and all those are pretty much in single player as well. Like that would be, of course. And then the only online exclusive vehicle here, actually this time around, is the Western Rat Bike, which was added as part of the, which yes, was added as part of the Bikers DLC, which was October 2016. I'm pretty sure. Which 2016, everything at that point was online only for vehicles, basically. Yes, by the way. If these are not on discount, I'm not going to go over the most in-depth breakdown on all these, of course. But yes. Roddy Cheetah, though. Again, it's the day one supercar, so I don't really think it's all that noticeable, like all that memorable nowadays, aside for the fact that, of course, it's retro nostalgic vehicle from like 3D Universe titles, basically, or at least it was before the Cheetah Classic shirt came out, which was basically an actual like classic version or something. But still, Cheetah was pretty revolutionary. Cheetah was pretty interesting all the way back in the 3D Universe titles. Definitely. So it is an interesting one to pick up if you care about like that kind of thing at all. If I remember right, actually, the Lampadati Pigali is actually surprisingly good for top speed for sports classics, which is pretty interesting. Given it's not one of those like old school supercar ones and stuff. You can actually kind of say the same thing about the Rat Bike, if I recall. This one's actually surprisingly good in top speed, if I recall. Like, they might be top 10 or like a little like after top 10, but I think they're not much further from that point, basically. Basically. But quite frankly, they're not even on discounts. Probably, so not really too worth caring that much about it, but still. Yes, I think gravitating more towards these two over the Cheetah in terms of performance standpoint, at least, is the good way to go. Cheetah obviously has the advantage of being like retro nostalgic if you care for like look-wise, customization, personal preference kind of reasons, but if you only care from like a gameplay point of view, then obviously it's more about the other two options, I would say, in that case. Yes. Oh yeah, Picard does have the unique European license plates, which not many vehicles have, which is cool. For this particular game, at least. And then, yeah. Again, Rat Bike actually might be pretty good top speed, surprisingly for motorcycle class, given what it is and stuff. But still. But I assume all these are vaulted, so that's what I'll kind of go for now, though, for the vault list, basically. Yes. Yeah, all three of these vehicles are vaulted apparently. All three of these vehicles are vaulted apparently, and apparently these are the only three actually. Apparently these are the only three for the event basically. So apparently the Cheetah, as a Dangerous Mercenaries DLC where they started to vault, like removed the initially like 100-ish, almost 200 vehicles in the game, I believe, at the time. Since being vaulted, it's made 9 different appearances on these different dealerships for the appearance rate of it or something. And then the Bengali and the Rat Bike have appeared 7 times each on dealerships as if this appearance for both of them. And again, apparently that's all the vaulted vehicles for the whole DLC. Not whole DLC, but the whole event week. But for the whole event week, these are the only vehicles that will be on dealerships are removed, apparently. And then you have the Karen Calca GTF apparently for the prize ride vehicle. Apparently. And that is placed top 4 for 2 days in a row, apparently. Apparently not actually that bad of a challenge. You can do it for Tuesday and Wednesday and be equally good for getting it. Even as when I'm recording this. Or even Wednesday and then very early Thursday would work too, apparently. So interesting. But yes. Again, as a reminder, the LS car meet races are 2 times money RP. I already talked about pretty much how all of them pay out though earlier on the main menu, so I'm probably not going to do that again. Yeah, pursuit races are 4 players, so you could do the top 4 even with pursuit races. So any race type pretty much goes basically. Sorry, fuck, it's hurting you being a bitch or something. So yeah, top 4, you literally have to be exactly 4 players. You can't really go over to 4 players on the pursuit race. Pursuit races, street races, are 2 players, so you have 2 free and 4 player that are guaranteed entries. 2 free and 4 player will all be guaranteed entries for those. And even though the Dragon Drift races should also be 2 times, because they are LS Car Meet Series races after all. It is worth mentioning, Dragon Drift races, since they can be done solo, and plus they've also introduced like 2 years later after the initial Tuners DLC in 2023 for the 2021, which is the same year in that same DLC that introduced the prize ride system. Do not be surprised if you don't get an entry for the challenge if you do drag or drift races, even with other players. I know solo it does not count at least, but even for other players, do not be surprised if that's not the case or something. Knowing Cockstar. probably would not go back to older content in certain ways and make it consistent with newer content, unless it's those quality of life improvements where they do that, basically. Yeah, that was basically it, though. Again, all of them pretty much pay out the same, except drag and drift might somehow have a little more payout boost, like I kind of said earlier, I think, but I don't necessarily even think so. I could be wrong there, of course. So I talked about the race types. I think it's fine to talk about the vehicle, though. Right. Calculus GTF, though, yeah, it's on 7 Cylinders Silverados. I'm pretty definitely certain on that one. Oh, right. So the price is $1,403,750. Apparently, it's like $100K difference compared to the stock regular one. Actually, a little more expensive, actually, or something. Well, it's really not that much, it seems. So cool. But yeah, it's literally free for at least just one event. Maybe even the next event as well. It might also be free, apparently. So interesting. God, yeah, fuck that tornado. Come on. And yeah, that's a discount, half off everyone over, basically. Just from the last update, basically. And yeah, this does have a lock-on jammer available, of course, like the regular one does, of course. If you go to the agency or the Vinyl Car Club or whatever, like the paid property thing is for the garage, of course. But yes. This one, yes, does have drift tuning built in, non-customizable. I think when I say non-customizable, you can't just like customize it on or off, of course, and it's stuck as a drift tuning, obviously. Yes, please note it was cart meet membership required for access to drift races, apparently. Okay. I might get it later, I don't know, honestly. I'm pissed that they didn't do a new property in like the possible last summer update for the whole entire game. I'm kind of pissed they didn't do a new property in like the last summer update for the whole game. Kind of like they're trying to force people to buy Plus, but whatever. So I might not do it, especially because I'm short on time kind of right now, but still. And then There is the 50% off the Dominator FX I was talking about earlier, basically. Yeah, 2 doors what I need, though. Right. So tuner discounts, apparently. Quite a few tuner discounts, it looks like, this event. Looks like. Alright, but yes, Karen Calico. Tontos, that's for Karen Calico, GTF, yes. Has a lock-on jammer available to it as well, apparently. Was that as of this update or last update? 1 or 2, I'm pretty sure. Yes, spreadsheet. Yeah, this is one of like the many 117 sports cars in the game apparently currently. aka the most overpopulated, overloaded class of the whole game. Apparently this one's in the E tier, apparently, according to the spreadsheet. Yes, indeed. In that case, at 34th place for a lap time as well as 48th place for top speed. I believe every HSW vehicle has better performance for both metrics, so that means like -6 on both those numbers, I think, for like at best 28th and then at best like 40th as well, I believe. Or no, 42, I'm in 42, and then I just got in my head that there's 8 silly, but no, there's only 6 HSW sports at highest, I'm pretty sure. So I think at best it gets 28th, and then 42nd, basically. So it is at least above average for both metrics of the class, at least, though. No. In terms of the tuner subclass, if I'm remembering right, at least before. It's a very average vehicle. It was a very average vehicle. If not even a pretty decent one at the start, if I remember right, for the tuner subclass, like races, of course. Yeah, at least when it first came out, and for a while was very, like, above average, maybe, like, at best for tuner racing. And then obviously, therefore, could also be good for rally contracts if the performance is good for those Street Pursuit races pretty much as well. But yeah, honestly, it's a little hard to say now since they keep adding these like newer options now. They keep adding these like newer options now. But yeah, I still assume it's a very good vehicle to use for the races. I assume it didn't fall off that hard. I'm guessing. Guessing it didn't fall off that hard. At least. Right. So apparently it was just this update that had the lock-on jimmer indeed on this vehicle, apparently. So yeah, before money fronts you could not get the lock-on jammer. Now as a money fronts you actually can get the lock-on jammer. So cool. And again, it's actually not that bad of a vehicle, basically. Just getting started taking 10 minutes, it's hurting you, being tired, and all kinds of combination shit, basically. Yes, $1,496,250 though. Yes. On a trade price, actually keep in mind as well, because there's Dallas car meet like reputation, of course, and like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Those 15 ranks were all titled on Los Santos Tuner's DLC for like certain trade prices or something. So in my case it is, yes, on a trade price it will be more even if you do not have a trade price, like probably like a $2 million vehicle instead. But to keep it simple though, from there. Again, it costs $1,496,250 on a trade price. If you were to also get, if yes, you were to also get yes. Oh yeah, well it comes with a livery on it. I mean, so that's probably like another 20, 30K, so probably raises it up to like a 1.5K vehicle pretty much. If recalling right, of course. No. Yeah, should see Hotshot Drag is premium HSW, like premium test driving, whatever. So yeah, this thing, quite frankly, yeah, pretty much is the best option, I would say, if you're doing HSW time trials. It is pretty much the best HSW time trial vehicle, at least. And being a motorcycle, as long as you don't fall off, like, you know how to maneuver around vehicles and stuff, it's actually the best vehicle to use to maximize on your HSW as well. In a certain sense, basically. In a certain sense, basically. There's not a new HSW vehicle to show off. There's not. There's not. But it is worth noting all of them are available on the vehicle website. It will state a Sterling GT is unavailable. It will, yes, say it is Sterling GT is just not available though, or something, like won't have like the website thing. Which was true for a little bit of time actually, where it was vaulted between like Criminal Enterprise DLC to Agent Sabotage, basically, where it finally got brought back to the vehicle website with Agent Sabotage DLC. Yes. Sterling GT, yes. It is in fact on the website though, despite it not being listed though. Again, it got brought back got brought back at Agent Sabotage DLC. But they never bothered to fix the like UI on here or something. They never bothered to fix the UI for this particular vehicle on here though. Dodo. And then, yes, it says the drift vehicle list has been updated, of course. With the Vaptonier FX. Think of Chavos V6. Battle Gauntlet Hellfire, and it's Hardy, and then last but not least, Class A Drift Walton. L35. But yeah, it's on the list even though you cannot do the $200,000 thing, probably just because it has like a drifting look altogether. And since there's 20, I think there's now officially $2 million of vehicles, I believe you can do for the drifting upgrade for the drift tuning conversion, like upgrade alone, basically. Except not really, so it's minus 200,000, not 20,000, but minus 200,000 since there's one or whatever. For the Drift Walton, obviously that's not actually 200k since you just buy it outright as a vehicle on the website and it's not actually requiring the drift tuning. And it's not quite frankly requiring like a drift tuning upgrade, whatever. So, no, there's only 1.8 million, I guess, in drift tuning upgrades now. Not quite 2 million, like I was kind of initially saying, but close enough to kind of know, I guess. Arguably, it could even be like 3+ million since it's actually a vehicle that's already drift tuning compared to other vehicles that are not in that sense. So you want to get a little bit technical, but also not 100% technical, but still. Oh man, my hernia did like a certain burp, but like shit. Now I actually feel like I can talk more normal, but maybe I'm just feeling that from initial first impressions. There's something. Gee, it's already 3 hours in the stream. That's ridiculous, though. I know. Oh, because I'm like that tired and shit, really, though. But over to luxury autos, which I don't think would be much time at all, of course. And that comes at 215,000 apparently. Okay. Cool, cool. Yes, yes. Or not new vehicles, with the vehicle showcase here, obviously, the Inverter, Coquet, D1, whatever. Added as part of the, what was it, the last update? I think it was the last update, or no? It wasn't Agent Sabotage, it was Bondar Bounties, I believe, that did that, basically. Which would have been the last summer's update that added the D1 for sure. But it was actually pretty good on top speed, or at least it was before, like,
I'm always telling losers it's
before Dinka Jester Classic, or not just Classic. I'm confused about the audio and stuff here. So, yes, Dinka, or whatever. I meant to say, yeah, the Grotti, like Cheetah Classic wide body, whatever. That new one. Might have thrown it a little bit, of course, at least there. Yes. Yeah, last summer's update, Bondar Bounties added that, yeah. And yeah, unless the, like, Uranus to low speed, lot speed. And then the Grotti, like, LSCM, like, Cheetah Classic wide body, whatever the fuck, all. Fucking. Unless those got better top speed, I think it's still like top 3 or something in the Sports Classics class for top speed in particular. No. Walton and Vistage, yes. Has a pretty unique vehicle manufacturer. Not many vehicles are made by the vehicle manufacturer for one, so that's definitely very much a pretty cool one to see there. Surely. Also, that has a money tech, I believe, but I think it's only the basics of the money tech. Like, I don't think you get the armor plating, I don't think you get the... Yeah, no armor plating, no front machine guns, so... But yeah, no armor plating, no Boris glass, no like front mount machine guns. I think. I don't even think it has slick lines. I think. If anything, it's got missile lock-on jammer, remote control unit. I think it might be an electric key kind of vehicle or something, and then a rocklet. I'm just tired. My bad. Something. But I think it only really has missile lock-on jammer, remote control unit. I think it might be electric, so you might be able to get away with a remote control unit, but yeah. Can never go wrong with the missile lock-on chamber anyways, unless like something that's like clearly better for the remote control unit, I guess. Yeah, if it is an electric, remote control unit could work good for that. Whether being electric or not, the missile lock-on jammer could very much be the better option, or like another option at least. And yes, soon as they're all on the website still or whatever. But yes. Yeah, there's the D1 and then also the Visage and Visage, whatever. Both from Bound Dollar Bounties, both from Bound. Talk to us for both are very much from Dollar Bounties, DLC, SC. Getting tired anymore, I swear. How the fuck, bro? I think it's because I still up in my jeans or something. I get the greatest sleep and shit for that reason. But whatever.
Wow, the spicy turkey enema sounds really soothing.
And yes. Quite frankly, these are literally just the drifting vehicles right here. As I already talked about the 2 on discount at least.
Yeah,
And the free one.
So
I talked about that. I didn't talk about Hellfire 100%, and then the Hardy. Hardy, to be fair, came out in the Money from DLC stuff. I already talked about it, kind of reason for the Hardy, so there is one I'll talk much more about. It's really gonna go to the It's really going to be going to the Gauntlet over here. Yeah, the Gauntlet Hellfire. Yes. If anything, talk more about that, really, but that's pretty much going to be it, because everyone has been pretty much talked about. Either on this stream or, like, super recent in the case of the Hardy. Yeah, I'll mention a little more about the Hardy and make it more worthwhile, like, seem more worthwhile or whatever. But yeah, makes sense now why there's only 3 Walk vehicles, since there's in this whole showroom is the way they display all the driftings, basically. Man, yeah, I'm getting pretty tired though. I think I'm gonna take a 5-minute break or some shit. Again. fuck is, though. So tired and stuff anymore. God fucking damn it. But yeah. Pretty sure it has to be no over discounts. Pretty sure the one over here is on discount, because if it was, it would have been listed with the FX and the Shavas. And then, of course, that as well. Well, so that and Hardy are very much full price. Of course, Hardy makes sense being a new vehicle for the latest update, definitely. But yeah, not sure why that one was decided on and not be put on discount. But okay. But again, they're all clearly on the website for sure. This is all the different drift vehicles that we are highlighting on the things, so I'm not going to bother with that. So, finally, after like almost 3.5 hours, I get to be done at the dealership. I'm tired of that body and shit. God damn it. Oh, and I might have forgot to mention, but yeah, the drift tuning. I meant to say something about that earlier for Plus. I might have suggested or something. But yeah, there is a thing going on with that for Plus for a discount. But yeah, drift tuning upgrades are apparently 50% off for the how special works. So yes, the drift tuning is like kind of considered as part of how special works. But yeah, drift tuning upgrades are half off if you do have the Plus subscription. You can also do the like premium garage fee, and of course you can buy for $8 a month and all that as well. And yeah, the other thing apparently for my opportunity, I believe. Besides for the thing I think I read earlier, basically for like the Cowbreaker survival thing, yeah, definitely swear it did. All Simeon contact missions apparently are something. It's kind of hard to tell what the day one ones would be, of course, kind of right now though. But the main highlights for Simeon contact missions. But yeah, it doesn't get the mission contact name in there, like Omar, for example, for going down GOH or something. And plus, I'm not going to go over the day one options, so. I do believe I have covered every single mission from Simeon on my channel though before, so. Feel free to use my guides for all of Simeon's day one contact missions as well as his certain contact missions, of course, for the Simeon stuff, of course. Like his Reaper works, I mean, his Reaper works for the more recent stuff he has for contact missions. So. Well, yeah, Blow Up 4, I do really like Blow Up 4, definitely. I like how it goes in the interior of the vehicle warehouse. Just a vehicle weak spot, like bottom right tire, you can also usually shoot nothing, it'll just blow up instead of having to use like a jerry can and whatnot. Or expensive explosive ammo. Or every nowadays you can also use like the rail gun as well. Reaper burn rate, that's the one with the fire truck. Yeah, that one. You can use the like RCV, the really crappy vehicle I like to call it, but yeah, the RCV, jokes aside, so. From the Doomsday Heist, that has the 2 hydrants on a police vehicle. Deviating the lift, you have to like deliver all kinds of vehicles with the cargo bob, which is pretty clunky. Nowadays, you might be able to use a quicker one for Agent Sabotage on last update, which would have been the DH7 Iron Mule, of course. I wonder if the DH7 Iron Mule makes it like a lot less painful, I wonder, or something. GTA Today 2, the sequel to that one mission that required like 2 players. Fun speedrun mission if you can actually manage to do it solo. But otherwise, it's one that you'll want another player for, since doing it solo requires doing it like really quick or something. So I did say, honestly, to be fair, you can't really use your own like hangar aircraft, especially that don't have like Pex's versions of missions, I think. So you might not actually be able to use the Iron Mule there, unfortunately. Again, at least this one wants to do it solo, not the other one. RV nearly there. You have to get like the brigade from it and all that. Which can be kind of a pain. I think I found if you like back up the brigade, I think I found if you back up the brigade like as far back as you can, then after you do that, you blow up the vehicles in front of it. After you blow up the vehicles in front of it, you go to like the airstrip, the Grand Sonora airstrip or whatever, and then you come back, the vehicles tend to despawn, and therefore you'll actually be able to do much of anything like in a super quick fashion, at least at the brigade, at least as one way of doing it, at least as one. So one, if not like the only like major way to do it nowadays, but whatever. Repo Sasquatch has the arena like Sasquatch kind of vehicle thing. They have the functionality as well in the mission where like it blows the vehicles if it runs over them, which is cool. Which is cool. Repo Simeonomics is the final of the Repo Works, I believe the stealth mission one, I think. That's definitely a cool one. Cool one. And then last but not least, you have a Repo under the hammer. Which, yeah, that one you steal like a couple vehicles. I don't use the cops, I believe. But yeah, the Repo Works are definitely the Simeon's like most paying missions, I believe. Those ones definitely do pay the most. There's 8 for the contact of Simeon. And there's even and there will even be one particular event week, apparently, where it will even be 4 times, probably because the regular event will have Simeon contact missions. Yeah, there will be a week that for sure does that, it seems. Basically. And again, he has like a bunch of other day 1 contact missions. Again, he does have other day 1 like contact mission things, but like doesn't really show the contact like on the like mission list. So doesn't show like the contact a good enough way. Yeah, game doesn't do a good enough job. I mean, they showed contact though, like on that one screen or something, which just says created by Rockstar. Said like the characters that like actually operate those missions or something, but whatever. Yeah, I think that was funny. It for plus, definitely. I meant to go over that around like the car meet, but I just kind of forgot to go over the drift tuning because I was just all insane over stuff about them or something. Okay, there's kind of a couple things to go through. Kind of mostly getting to just my everything's discount sides for if I want to customize the vehicle, of course, which it is free. But again, I'm kind of annoyed that they didn't add any property in there. Probably the last summer update again. If 6 truly comes out on May 26th, then I have to imagine it's the final summer update. So how the fuck is there not any property, bro? Couldn't throw one together like last moment, even if the like update plans had to get shafted a bit after they announced the delay or something. Like really though. Has to be to promote plus a bit or some shit. Really though. Really though. Yeah, by the way, I think I'm taking a break again. I'm just kind of too tired and wanted to go. God fucking damn it, you fuck ass body, bro. Making me sleep crazy. Swear. Alright, so I guess I can read this thing about more events to come, including GTA Plus. Or not Plus giveaway, but more events to come, including a GTA Money giveaway. I mean, as I get texted for some reason, sheesh. Getting texted some complete retard shit. People, bro. Like, shut up, bro. Stupid family. It's useless sometimes, bro. Like, shut up. Okay, anyways, more events to come, including a GTA Money giveaway. In addition to a free vehicle, look out for cavalcade events in GTA Online throughout the remaining summer weeks and into the fall, including a new survival mode, ghastly Halloween occurrences, and a GTA Money 1M for 1 million cash giveaway. Beginning next week with some extra scratch for GTA Plus members, apparently. With some extra scratch for GTA Plus members. Yes, indeed. I guess I can have a look at that community combat series, I guess. Yes, I guess. Community jobs. Yeah, they already vaulted the races seriously after 1 week. It's kind of pathetic. Wow. Seriously, a lot of stuff just starts the last 1 week. It's gonna be pretty annoying, but yeah. Tank 7044, I definitely think I remember being on there before, even if I haven't played like any of these. W Musket Island, same with that. This Quartier number 3. There's the new one for the PlayStation 5, especially Xbox has PC in hands. This is the one that's for sure new. That's probably one before, apparently. So vehicle deathmatch thing. stun off steel horsing. Again, apparently all of them but that one will be returning. No. And last team standing, you have the runners versus snipers, apparently. Apparently. And yeah, King L shows up there too, of course, in a dedicated section.
Hey, stop by the hotel later. You know that's true.
Yeah, for just 1 week, it's 2 times money RP. Doesn't say if it'll go on any longer. Probably not, since Harry vaulted the races after the 1 week. After all. Yeah, there is other stuff like adversary moves. Apparently, they don't even like usually list them anymore. But yeah, we're in the stuff they don't really like vault. Thankfully. In fact, they've always done double as a permanent base now, I think, on the arena points. Unavailable, of course, like usual. Yeah, the sun stuff, transform, none of that stuff returned. It looks like. Races, like I pretty good open wheel. I don't assume those are in right now. Not right now. Yeah, no, it seems like it's all just the usual here. Death matches, I think you have like Car Crash Full Auto, that's the vaulted usually, and then like certain festive kind of game mode ones as well. Capture. Yeah, capture don't do any of that stuff for, I'm pretty sure. There's nothing really to vault there, I believe, from my understanding. It seems last team stand don't really do much of those. King Hill. Yeah, they don't really do anything there. It's only 7 after all. Survivals, really like festive ones there, really. So obviously those don't really make sense to come back right now. They have vaulted mission stuff, but they've never exactly returned. It could even be like deleted missions or something for all I know at this point. Versus has nothing. Alright, adversary modes. It looks like it's drop zone 1 to 5, and that's it. Okay, so it's just one game mode this time, not a variety like it was over time lately. No mention of it even on a newswire, was just kind of stuffily put on here, it seems. Yes, it's drop zone. Drop zone, yes, yeah. Jumping from an aircraft, kind of like a battle royale kind of mode. Like, kind of a battle royale / captured flag kind of mode. It's kind of looking like there's something. Yeah, Honestly, depending on like how much players in the mode, I feel like a capture flag kind of mode can actually last a good amount of time. But if it's like a small amount of players, if it is yes a small amount of players, I do feel like it would actually go pretty quick though. But either way, these kind of average modes pay out like based on amount of time, how long it like lasts in general, whatever plays into that amount of time, like rounds, all that kind of stuff. But honestly, I feel like no matter like how it all like plays out, don't really tend to make more than like a couple $100,000 an hour. I feel no matter what times it is on like officer mode. Plus, a lot of the pause menu stuff doesn't really like pay the greatest unless like contact missions. Like honestly though, a lot of stuff here is more just modes of fun, really. Yeah, first map is Pillbox Hill. Second map is Richmond. Third map is Elysian Island. Fourth map is Mirror Park, and then fifth map is Vinewood Hills. Drop Zone 1 to 5 is back as a 2 times money RP, so cool. And yeah, they don't really do anything regarding parachuting for vaulting and stuff. There's all kinds of discount stuff and other stuff not mentioned on these wires. Usually. Like here, FIB priority file apparently for 2 times is the brute force file. Kind of one of the worst two to have. Fine art and product brickway are usually better options. I do personally like it better in black box though. Not big on the amphibious parts of black box because sometimes I feel the enemies just kill you easier than other times and stuff. And you're kind of defenseless in the water sometimes, like most times anyways. With brute force, I do like how one to set things. You literally just go to music hawker, pretty nice and simple. Plus, it's a stealth mission, which I like too. Even though I skip most of stealth because most of that stealth is not really too ideal to be doing anyways. I got fuck ass hurt, you know. Come on. Salvage yard, I guess I can kind of go over next. Okay, so this time around there is for the Alright, it's going in opposite order, so it's weird. Weird. It is turn around for the like top range vehicle with speed overpod and TMT, HSW eligible vehicle from Los Santos Drug Wars DLC, supercar from that update, of course. Going to GTA like plus screen basically. Or no, I meant GTA series videos, of course. I mean.
Hello, Master. How are we gonna save our house? But Master, since the last DVD got edited by censors in the West, we don't sell so many. So no more merchandising. No more Princess Robot bubblegum dolls.
Yes. According to the salvage yard robbery list on the GTA series videos community post, for a little more information. For that top range vehicle, it's part of the gangbanger robbery. The one at like the police station. Don't know what the band plate is, but it doesn't really matter when you cannot claim it anyways. That's a max sell value for $92,000, and then salvage value of $13,600 as a listener sends a doomsday scenario inviting whatever.
I won't be a massage girl.
Okay. Next on to Vapid Dimer GTT, one of those like tuner subclass vehicles with like the Los Santos Tuners DLC. Like the lesser two muscle car ones beneath the ASP, basically. Or down your ASP, of course. Looks to be like the mid-range vehicle. Looks to be like the mid-range vehicle, whatever. Looks to be part of the podium robbery, apparently. Has a max sell value of $47,000 and then a salvage value of $277,600. And then last but not least is the Winnie Zoo Rally, Los Santos Drug Wars DLC vehicle. Actually, the other one of that update that has a HSW upgrade, actually, ironically. But of course, they don't have the HSW in the robbery since they have to be compatible for H and Dodo. But yeah, that is the standard range vehicle, of course. And apparently it's part of the McTony robbery, the submarine one, of course. That one all the way in the goddamn desert. Basically. Yeah, apparently it's max sell value of $257,000 and then salvage value of $205,600. I see. Anything else much though, aside from this my vehicle? Maybe doing a couple drift races. Discount stuff. I don't really think so. What can I possibly want to get rid of, honestly, if I do customize the vehicle, then probably something my night club before, whatever, because that's where my other two are at, of course.
Let me know.
Of course. It's one of my more filler areas. I haven't thought of an idea of what to do with that one yet. I don't have the Infernus Classic anymore. I just kind of want to see if you can get rid of. Yeah, honestly, whatever then. I'm pretty sure it would have been in the before if I still had it. Guess I had to get rid of it or something then. An office garage for you, see everyone I can think of, or I can maybe find something to get rid of. Three of those top ones are HSW, or they are though. The armored ones, Halloween. God, there's like so many in here though. What the fuck would I even choose? Annoying. Oh, well, what the fuck ever, man. It's available for another week. I'm just gonna not honestly care. Fuck it. Fuck it. Not my fault. I choose not to add any fucking goddamn garage storage or anything. I don't want to like push people to buy that shit for $8 a month to even like touch it much at all. Like fuck that shit. Like a 10-foot fuck ass pole and shit. So yeah, I think I will hold off on that, honestly. So it says something till since yes, it says something till August 27th, so I presume I have time still. And honestly, even if not, I don't care. I don't care that much for drift stuff in the first place. First place. Yeah, it does say free for 2 weeks as well in the GT series thing, which they kind of worded a bit better than Rockstar, I feel, in a way there. Sorry, I know it's named off the vehicle, but like, you get 2 weeks anyways, and I have to think of an idea of something to get rid of in the first place. If I do, of course. And because I kind of want to touch the other drifting stuff as well. I actually do want an upgrade one, but because there is a first of its kind, like one you just buy outright, I'm kind of not sure I even want to do that. Quite honestly, as well. whatever, I guess. Whatever, I guess. Just go for that fucking stuff. Which I might have forgot to mention as well, but to me, it kind of sounds like you might be able to do the Jester R1 and get the Chebrick being at the same time, because I think the Chebrick one was just do a drift race, like complete a drift race. Jester R1 requires you actually use that Jester RR, so I assume it would be able to get both of them together, basically. So C, maybe? Well, I won't be able to see it, of course, on there, because it takes like 2 hours for your real updates for that to happen. That stuff, really, but yeah. I mean, I gotta charge my phone here, so I want to do that. I don't know which one I would want to do, honestly, on these drift races, I feel, so, whatever. Oh, not those, we're in the wrong section here, And you know what, for you were exactly the newer maps, I kind of forget. Might have been like that, and that, I forget. Whatever, I guess. Guess I do the beat slap, I guess, I don't know. Fucking whatever. whatever. Yes. Might have been one of the newer free. Might. Yes, it might have been one of the newer free. I think. Yeah, default's not contact. Apparently, whatever. Oh my god! Come on, you analog stick. When I'm doing you a couple times, I don't know how that happens. Yeah, custom vehicles is on, but because I need to use just RR, and I don't want to turn my just RR into drifting, since it's actually really useful for the Robert contracts. And apparently the newer ones aren't even usable on Robert contracts anyways, apparently, then I'm just going to keep mine as is, then. And just use the stock ones, this is basically one and the same anyways, that's for the cosmetics, so might as well, really. I don't know, I might actually remember this being from the initial batch, might have been like starting from beneath it, whatever. But it's supposed to unlock like the just RR livery if you do this vehicle in a drift race for this event. And doing a drift race at all gets you that one livery for the Chebrick, of course, like I was saying earlier, though. Okay. Fucking nasty fucking body. Why do we have to keep doing this anymore? Come on. Oh yeah, man. Beach drifting. Let's go, man. Let's fuck ass go, man. Ah, come on. Stupid hernia. That's right. You're a fucking ball. I'm sure. Gee, I'm surprised it's still going. Again, come on. Why did I just only get it to like 2.5 times? Fuck. Ah, whatever. Whatever, man. What a joke. What a fuck-ass joke, bro. Alright, I don't care. I don't even see that much appeal in these fuck-ass drift races anyways, bro. Especially when the customs don't fucking matter, really. I hit the maximum. Oh my god, I'm surprised I didn't ruin him. Surprise. How did I end there? What? Like, all the other times it's on an inventory recently, basically. Bro. Oh, whatever. I never had that happen before. Interesting. Guess I get it, being a mechanic for that. Whatever, though. That's probably I'm so good at finishing position, honestly, with this game's fuck ass, bitch ass self and shit. Alright, fuck ass body. Come on. We got 14k-ish, cool, whatever. Yeah, if I am holding off on the vehicle till next event, then I think I'm just on discounts, really, at this point. As long as stash house, they just W time travel, pretty much, I'm pretty sure.
I was thinking, let's get a band going with all the guys from the shop.
Alright, so one discount that like isn't in the actual discount section. Pretty simple one, really. I'm pretty sure. kind of best way to visualize it. One of the best ways. Hold on, actually, can I just do it for career progression? I might be able to actually. Yeah, visit and become a member of the Alice Car Meet. So yeah, you can become a member of the Alice Car Meet for like half off, I believe. I think it's only like 50k, which is like nothing, but yeah. Save 25k on the Alice Car Meet membership. Why the fuck not? I guess. Sure.
Do I have a minute to talk about my telephone, internet, and social media needs?
There is also a single property discount actually, which does require you to buy a car wash first though, which is the hands-on car wash. And as a matter of fact, it's actually also the one that I was going to in the stream. And that is the Higgins Helitors. So apparently the Higgins Helitors is on a 50% off discount. Or no, not 50, but 30. But Higgins Helitors is at a 30% off discount, apparently. Not the little one tint renovation though, that's still obviously 10k, which 10k is nothing anyways, so that would be an even less significant discount than the Cart Meet membership after all.
Why can't we hang out tomorrow? I took the day off already, but it's cool.
But yes. With how much I've been using the Helitors lately, I do absolutely recommend going for it, since it gives you a lot more spawn convenience on your helicopters. Definitely makes it very worthwhile to get, for sure. And I think for near assault vehicle weapon discounts, basically.
You look like you've been working out.
Oh.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, Dad, I went to the dentist. Of course I wore a condom. Can you and Mom go shopping for me? Okay, I'll provide a pick up my lunch.
Tell me more about the coffee enema.
It's for 4 people on
Wow. The spicy turkey enema sounds really soothing.
Fucking maricon.
So,
How's 8:30?
I really need to punch some tops.
Really?
Yeah, I'll be by at Palmer tomorrow for the St. Petersburg surprise. Bye.
I'm working with Clay
Yeah,
Jackson.
what's
Talk
that?
about high maintenance. Yeah, if I had $1 for every rapper in town who wants to get into movies. Gotta go. See you next week.
Did you see last night's episode? We were online all night. I just bought a pair of gaming glasses. Catch you later.
That's seriously not cool. Well, you're gonna have to make it up to me big time. Hey, it was your damn recommendation, not mine. Yeah. Let's move on. Okay. Later.
Oh, this move will save you from hours in the backlot freeway. Okay, but don't take too long. This one's gonna move fast. And did I mention I also teach jiu-jitsu? Oh, I did. Keep it in mind. Bye.
Boy, you ain't the least bit sorry. You was. You take me down to the banana for burgers. Yes, burgers. I tried all that diet mess, and I still were stuffing my face with a banana whenever I could.
Why don't I go through later and show you? Don't be giving me that shit. I mean, you know she just my baby mama. Come on, baby. You know I want to get real dirty with you. Yeah. Put it on your next.
Okay. Might have to go kind of soonish. So I'm gonna have to see if your stupid ass will cooperate or you shit fucking hernia. Actually.
I've got to give you the number of that headshot guy.
You sure?
Oh, looks like it would be legendary and southern only, it seems. Seems.
What? You think
By the
I'm an
way,
idiot?
by the
I'm gonna
way.
tell an 8-year-old that he can dig gold in the backyard? What the fuck you mean?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just on Legendary Motorsport and Southern with some discounts. No other websites, it looks like. Looks like.
I know. The guy said it's gonna be really
Starting
fun
off, there's
touring.
actually a new vehicle on discount for when you run this DLC for ones that you have to go through.
Let him in the car.
And that is the 30% off the Grotti LSC and Cheetah Classic. which was the new Sports Classics vehicle added in the latest update. And it's even 30% off, which actually ties with a lot of the vehicle discounts. Only like a couple or so are even 50% off, apparently. Like the FX and the Shabas V6, for example. Yes, for the Sports Classics class. According to the spreadsheet, again for Bruffy 152, because I know it's been a while, obviously, so credit goes to Bruffy 152, racing YouTuber for Grandpa Online, for any performances I've been going through, of course. Of course, as a reminder. The LCM Cheetah Classics apparently in the A tier, giving it a 4th place lap time as well as a 14th place top speed. With there being 2 HSW vehicles, that only ups it at best to like 2nd and like 12th basically. So it can get up to like literally to 2nd place. That's actually pretty decent. But 4th place as well is still pretty fine. Like top 5 placements for lap time is pretty good. Regardless, it's out of top 10 by like a couple few placements for that top speed. This vehicle has a huge lack of customization, as you can see with the limited customization over here though, so do not get it if you're expecting huge customization. You're just not going to have that. Before I go any further, $1,952,500, $1,066,000. That is... that's a little under $600,000 or something, right? Hold on. Yeah, the discount is, I think, a little under 600k, but over 500k. For 30% off in this early in the DLC, that's actually not a terrible price, I feel. Or at least for the most part, if they actually have decent customization, maybe it's actually kind of bad then. But still. But it's either this delivery or no livery, I believe, so... yeah, you're either stuck with this particular livery or you can actually remove the livery. Well, at least you can actually remove the livery now, like in the Agent Sabotage with the Chester RR wide body, whatever that they did with just a dragon livery that people kept complaining about, apparently. At least now you can actually change liveries to nothing, at least, and not just be stuck with the one livery. Because honestly, I don't even see this one being as good of a livery as the one on the Jester anyways, in my opinion, but whatever. Or whatever. And also, like the Jester RR wide body, it does come built in with the lock-on jammer, so to make up for the limited customization, they do at least give you a lock-on jammer without even having to take it to the agency or anything, which is nice. So if you don't have an agency as one of a couple vehicles you can get with a lock-on jammer already, at least if you don't for some reason have an agency or the plus property or anything, if you're on +5/Series PC enhanced. Then there is a ton of tuner discounts apparently for the event. So there is apparently the Ubermax Cypher. Trade price $1,162,500 to $813,750. That's like around $350,000 off, it seems. Seems. And again, it's been a while, I think, so for these trade prices for these tuner subclass vehicles, as long as it's for the actual tuner DLC, and I think the two from Criminal Enterprises DLC as well, they're tied to like reputation levels for the car meet reputation: 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, and the two for Criminal Enterprise I think are 80, 85, I believe, for those two. I think one's tied to buying a car meet membership for like the Euros, I believe. And then I think the Tailgater S is tied to like the robbery contracts or something. Which I think 5 to 75, 15 I think, for like every 5. And then those 2 like one-off ones that make 17 tuners. I think each one I believe had a trade price for the initial Los Distintos Tuners DLC, so it checks out basically now. Yeah, Remox Cypher has actually had some slightly increased value to DLC actually as well, as I'll explain too, I think. Albeit it's not going to be a great vehicle for what it's for, as I'll explain. Okay, but yeah, for actual tuner subclass, when this vehicle first released, it was actually a prize ride vehicle in the first week of its release. Believe it or not, so right there, that basically says it's not a good vehicle. It's not really good for street pursuit races, since yeah, it was literally a prize ride vehicle in the first week it got introduced in. So yeah, you could literally get it easily for free in the first week, so like, yeah, it was obviously not meant to be a good vehicle for the street pursuit races. So robbery contracts are naturally, of course, much better options. It is at least drift tuning, so you can at least use it. You can at least use a custom version for drift tunings. It's not really good at much else. And as of this update, there's actually with the drift taxi livery, you can actually now do taxi work with it as well. But of course, the catch is it is a drift livery, as I kind of said, so that does mean you do have to drift handling if you do taxi work with the Cypher as of the Money Runs DLC. But yes. It is definitely very cool that they added the functionality for drift taxi livery, for the drift taxi livery to actually do taxi work in this update. That was an unexpected change, I feel, for this update. Because I don't assume the livery got added in this update. It was probably an update. It was probably a livery from like so long ago. I'm talking about, I mean, like when it got put on the drift tuning, of course. So quite frankly, the taxi work's probably the most useful thing for it, besides for the drift tuning, of course. But they do kind of go in tangent with each other anyways. God, you nasty body hernia. Fuck you. And then yeah, for the performance of the Cypher, for the sport class performance, it's not really gonna. I know it's not really gonna matter too much on the tuner subclass vehicles, but for those that kind of want to know the performance of the sport class and stuff for these different tuners and stuff, I guess I can try to do that. I guess. But yeah, Cypher's pretty much at the top of the G tier for the sports class, which is 61st place in 95th place. Lifetime top speed.
Why can't we hang out tomorrow?
Course.
I took the day off
Like,
already, but it's
-6 at best. 55th and 89th. To be fair, 55 would actually be just barely above average, I think. It's actually not as bad as you would think on the lap time, but like still there's so many better options there anyways. And again, obviously I was talking more about the Cypher there. P-Fist or Growler. On trade price going from $1,220,250 to $854,175. That's less than $400,000 savings, it looks like. A little bit on the 30% off discount. this one, other one is definitely 30% surely as well for Cypher, of course. The P-Fister Sport ones actually might be pretty fun. I know the, like, Comet S2, I think the roof version, like the regular Comet S2, I think that one is mostly known for the, like, lowered stance setup. I think that one is mostly known for, so Growler actually might be the better of the two for the P-Fisters. I could be wrong. It might be a little beneath, like, the Calico GTF, for example, or, like, the Prize Ride, for example, I think. Huh. Like, honestly, I don't think it's actually that bad, if I remember right, for those sports tuners, if I recall right. So you could maybe get some slight use out of it for the street pursuit and robbery contracts. And yeah, keep in mind, drag races, I think, will use all of the tuners as well, but I mostly just have the ones I know for sure that can be used effectively for whatever. Alright, yeah, the Growler is just behind the Calico, looks like, okay. Yeah, it's apparently in the E tier. In that case, it a 34th place for a lap time. Or no. 36th place, I was looking at the Calico vaccine, but yeah, 36th place. And 43rd place, basically, for top speed. So it'd be like 30th place the best in lap time, as well as like 37th, basically, for top speed. And again, keep in mind the numbers are for the general sports class, not the tuner subclass. The numbers that go over are not for tuner subclass. Any performance numbers are for the main classes only, basically. It's more like a prediction, really, on the performance for the, like, tuner subclass, though, since there's videos about the performance from Bravely 1322, they're just not in the spreadsheet, so, and I'm not about to watch, like, a video all over again, so I'm just not gonna go through that effort. But you could definitely probably get some use out of it for street pursuit races, robbery contracts. Seems to be better than the Comet S2 for a lap time, at least. Then you have the Dinkerchester RR, which I swore this was on something about the, like, drift delivery, but didn't explain if it was like 30% off. It didn't. I don't think it explained it was on 30% off. I had a feeling since the Chebrick was, but yeah, it didn't really explain on this one. I don't think. Yeah, this one's like 400, like $40,000, like off. It looks like under 450,000. It seems it's under 450,000. Yeah. Discount 30%, whatever. And I know for a fact this one's pretty good on the top speed, which sadly top speed I don't think matters as much on the street races. If you're gonna get top speed use, it might be in the pursuit races. if you do, yes, get top speed use, it'll probably be for pursuit races. And then robbery contracts again. I think I kind of explained, but Apparently the newer ones are not allowed on the robbery contracts, at least. For like something like the Hardy, for example, to actually beat the Jester RR recently, I think, for top speed for this traditional one. So I think it's now the second best one for top speed, technically speaking, if you're using it in like a race. This means you can use the Hardy in like tuner races, of course. I think it's just robbery contracts cannot for whatever reason, as far as I've heard, of course. I haven't experienced if that's true or not, though. But people are saying it, I'm willing to believe it, of course. Knowing Cockstar, of course. Cockstar, of course. So this could be very amazing for some pursuit races, perhaps, and in robbery contracts, it's amazing for those. Because in Impository, you have to go on like the highways on average, so it's a very good highway vehicle, so it definitely would be a good one probably for the Impository contract, for grinding the robbery contracts, for it's carbon reputation, or if you do have the plus subscription as well, I believe it does get you 2 times, I think, right now for that, I believe. No. Yeah, it has drift tuning if you want to use it for drifting, but like, again, I just used the stock one, which is basically the same thing anyways for performance and stuff on those, so it's literally just a cosmetic difference if you get it like personal version and using it in the free mode of the game. You do get exclusive liveries with the said drift tuning, it looks like, for more cosmetic options, and then Mr. Lock-on Jammer is available on this vehicle now. God, you stupid fuck-ass body. What the hell? What the fuck is hell, man? God. I'm trying to live stream and finish up here. God damn it. Ow, bro.
I was thinking, let's get a band going with all the guys from the shop.
And then, yes. Yeah, the Jester RR, I assume it was the last update that gave it the lock-on jammer, since obviously there was the new version that came out in the last update for the wide body one that got it, like, built in, so as of the last couple updates, it looks like you can now do them with the lock-on jammer. So that's obviously cool, so you don't get locked onto, and this is one of the best options for tuner subclass for top speed. It's a pretty good one to cruise around in for free mode as well, definitely. Performance for the actual basic main sports class, apparently, for this one, no. It is apparently the F tier for the sports class, giving it apparently 52nd place for lap time and 23rd place for top speed. And yes, 23rd place top speed. -6. 46 and then 17th. Yeah, 46-17 without HSW, which is several placements out of top 10, which is still several placements out of top 10 apparently for the top speed nowadays, but that's not that bad actually, to be honest. Without HSW at least. At least if you're on the legacy platforms, PS4 is possible on PC legacy. And then you have the CR350. Kind of a retro nostalgic vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas here, basically. Yeah, under 400k savings, but like more than 350k savings it seems for the 30% off, whatever. Be a 6-digit price for this one. Cool. Yes, this is retro nostalgic back from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas you could use it in like a certain race in the story. Couple races in the story, I believe, or something, which is pretty fun. Pretty fun way to use it in the story, no doubt.
What kind of man leaves his wife alone in a foreign city? They have guns here.
But yeah, sadly this one I don't believe is very good performance-wise for the street pursuit races, robbery contracts. Yeah, I don't think I remember this one being the greatest for those, so probably don't use it for street pursuit races. I probably wouldn't. I do believe there is a rear louver on the back though that you can actually use, so it might be actually pretty alright though for the robbery contracts. So, but I mean the Jets are also a rear louver on the back, so like that's also very good. If you have that over the TR-350 for those said robbery contracts. I feel it's more for the retro nostalgic sakes of being from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and the customization, quite frankly, for this one being all that good. I feel. It's not really a performance heavy vehicle from my understanding, even in the tuner subclass. And yeah, according to the spreadsheet, yes. It looks to be in the bottom of the J tier. Looks, yes. Looks, yes. Looks to be at the bottom J tier. Which gives it 93rd place for lap time. And 82nd place top speed. -6. Is 87 and then like 76 basically, which is not good at all really. Out of like 117, it's just not good, unfortunately. So yeah, it's definitely not a performance heavy vehicle, definitely not. This vehicle does have drifting available. So you can use it for drift races at least, which is good, of course, because you can't really use it all that effectively in races anyways.
You don't even remember? We had sex in your car. I can't believe it. You don't even...
And then when you do use it for the drifting, it does have exclusive liveries available.
You are an asshole.
Apparently. Alright. Okay. No lock on jammer yet on that one, apparently. Interesting. Might be the last set of tuners, though, looks like for electric motorsport in particular. There's still a good bit on Stubborn, apparently, as well, because there is a good bit more there, too, to do. Very huge tuner-themed discount event, apparently.
Do I have a minute to talk about my telephone, internet, and social media needs? Of course.
Apparently the Stinger GT is on sale as well for day one. Sports Classics vehicle here. Okay. Also just up into lock-on chamber, apparently, okay. From 875,000 to 12,500. 66? Or no. 62,500. 262,500 or something. I forget. Something around there though. Maybe. Seems for the discount on the 30%. Pretty much. In the Sports Classics class, this one. It looks like it's in the middle of the I tier. Which gives it 29th place apparently for lap time, as well as 26th place top speed. -2, since there's 2 HSWs, that's 27 for lap time. 27 for lap time, yes, and 24th, I guess, for top speed. Which is just barely above average. Which would just barely, in that case, be above average for the class, basically. Basically, without the 2 HSWs into account only, though. So if you're on .64, it's plus 1 PC Legacy. It is just barely 24 out of 48, of course, for above average on top speed. And yeah, as I kind of said earlier, it does apparently have a lock-on chamber available as of like last couple updates. I think it was out of Agent Sabotage for the lock-on on this vehicle, for the lock-on chamber, of course. Yeah, it's not the latest update yet, it was the last update on that one. Okay, cool.
What? You think I'm an idiot?
Cool.
I'm gonna tell an 8-year-old that he can dig for gold in the backyard? What the fuck you mean?
That was it for Legendary, and apparently Severn's the only other website to have discounts for the vehicles, so. Yeah, obviously I already went over this one, no. Because it was on the main menu, of course. Same with the FX, down here FX, that was on the main menu as well, so therefore I already went over that. This being new, I kind of already went over this one, basically. Not that there's really much, not that there's really much to go over on that one, of course, since it's forced to drift and you can't do engine upgrades for that reason, but still. Just to not customize is all. Alright, Karen Sultan RS Classic apparently, though. Supposed to be at next discount. Okay. Number one of those tuner subclass ones on that trade price.
Yo, dude.
1,341,750 to 939,225. A little over 400k on the savings. That one. This one's actually pretty good, I recall as well. It's actually very good on the lap time especially, and then I think it's actually pretty average on the top speed, or at least it was before the Hardy came out anyways. But still, this one's definitely still pretty good. So it's definitely a nice one for street races, pursuit races, robbery contracts, I'm sure as well. As long as it has the rear louver on the back at least.
Cool. So how about a rematch soon? You were on fire the other day.
So this thing definitely does do a lot of tuner content. It's pretty nice, I would say. I would say.
Tuners ready? Ready. What do you mean you found some questionable content? All I needed was some more RAM.
Yeah, Dad, I went to the dentist.
Listen, there's nothing questionable about the...
Of course I wore a condom. Can you and Mom go shopping for me? Okay, I'll try to pick up my laundry.
Hey, man, what's up?
But yes, right. Yeah, before the secondary like Dink Adjuster RR, the one with the like wide body kit and the livery came out, this was actually the best lap time apparently for the tuner subclass. But yeah, I think it's now second best for a lap time now apparently. But again, still it's pretty good for a lap time and top speed. You can definitely use this one pretty effectively for street pursuit races, robbery contracts, especially if it has the rear louver there on the ladder. Otherwise, it can still be useful if you're careful, I guess. But still, on the combat-focused stuff, but still.
Did you see last night's episode? We were online all night. I just bought a pair of gaming.
But yes. According to the spreadsheet, though, it's at the top of the E tier, giving it 30th place lap time as well as 75th place top speed. Apparently. Yes. Again, top of the E tier, because my stupid hernia keeps me in a fuck-ass bitch. 30th place, the lap time. 75th place, top speed. -6 is 24, and 69th it looks like as well.
Hey, you
Haha.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
So very much is above average for the lap time for the whole entirety of the sports class. So yeah, that's honestly a very good metric, as I was saying. And then onto the Vapdomer ESP. $1,331,050 to $931,875 on a trade price again. Yeah, $625 away from like 400K in savings exactly. It seems. So.
I picked up the baby powder for your chafing.
It's like 375 or something. I think. Whatever. Either way, close to 400K on the savings, basically. So basically 30% off. But yeah, this one, even though it's muscle car, it's actually pretty average from what I recall, or at least it was before newer editions like the SR wide body and then the Hardy. I probably wouldn't use it for street pursuit races anyways. It's more of a unique classing, of course, for the muscle car classing it has. It's more for unique classing really than performance. So I wouldn't use it for street pursuit races anyways though. And then it does have a rear louver if you want to use it for the robbery contracts, so it can at least be good for robbery contracts if you don't have the SR. Some better option. It has some back protection for the back window.
I'm saving up for the collector's edition. She's mad that I stay home a lot. Guess I'll be jerking off tonight. Later.
And then for the main muscle car classing, to go over that performance for the actual main muscle car class for it. It is right below the S tier, so it's actually right below the Dominator FX that I went over earlier at the way top of the A tier. And that's good enough for 7th place for a lap time, as well as 22nd place top speed with HSW into account. with yes, HSW into account. -3, which is the amount of 5 HSW vehicles have better lap time than, and that gives it 4th place. It can go from 7th to 4th place on lap time, and then 22nd place to.
Hey, where are we hanging out?
I think all of them are better for top speed, so -5 there would be 17 on the top speed, which is several placements off top 10. But yeah, top 10 to like a top 5 on the lap time is pretty respectable on the Dominator ESP for its muscle car classing, definitely. For its main class, for sure. So I think it's a pretty good vehicle, definitely for this discount, this discount. And yeah, I think just this update got the lock-on jammer, I think, on this vehicle for this particular update. Yes. It did just happen this update where it does get the lock-on jammer access, which is nice, If you have agency or the Vinewood Car Club or whatever.
Yeah. So, how about a few later?
Alright, and then it's on to the Karen Futo GTX after that, basically.
I met a few
on a trade price, you get like over $350,000 savings. It looks like. And I think this one's more focused on top speed. I think yes, this one's more focused on top speed as well. But yes.
Totally. I got one of those maps of the stars. Jack Howitzer is shooting some reality show by my hotel. I'll try to get you some more.
We had a lap time. Yeah, I don't believe the lap time's good at all in this one, so honestly, you probably will not want to use it in the street races, pretty much guaranteed. No. Top speed, though, again, I think it's actually one of the better ones for top speed, so certain pursuit races actually might be a fine option for this. Maybe. Robot contracts, even if it does have a real literally just RR, the regular just RR does as well, and also focuses on top speed for the impository contract. Very good option for that, of course.
Hey, Nick! What's going on, my dude?
So I think this is kind of an alright one for pursuit races and can maybe be alright for the robot contracts, but again, for all the same reasons, just RR is just a better option anyways, and that's also on a 30%, and that is, yes, also 30% off discount in the current event as well, so between this Jester RR, just get the regular Jester RR, I would definitely say, really. And then, yes, this vehicle does have drift tuning. And it also has exclusive liveries for said drift tuning as well, apparently.
Oh, this move would save you from hours of stacked on freeway. Okay, but don't take too long. This one's gonna move fast.
Which, yeah, again, doesn't really matter because drift tuning doesn't get performance upgrades, so it's just for personal preference. Customization kind of reasons, really, I guess. But yeah, it does have a missile lock-on jammer. I think as of the last couple updates, I don't think it happened this one. I think it was Agent Sabotage that did that one. No, not one. So again, if you have the agency or the paid $8 a month property, you can basically do that.
Do I have a minute to talk about my telephone, internet, and social media needs? Of course.
Alright, yeah. Yes. It was in fact not this update, it was the last update that gave it the lock-on jammer for this particular vehicle. So cool. And then for general sports class, even though it's not going to really perform good there at all, compared to other things that are just going to be better, of course.
Yeah, what's cracking?
Believe it or not, it's at the top of the M tier, which only has 2 vehicles for an M tier game, which gives it 106th place for lap time,
You don't even remember?
as well as 103rd place on top speed. Damn.
I can't believe it. You don't even remember. You are an asshole.
So that'd be 197. This would be 197th place for the lap time top speed without the HSW into account, which is very much below average still for the general sports class. Yes, yes.
I was thinking, let's get a band going with all the guys from the shop.
So sadly, that one's not really good at much. Sadly, for the tuners of class, though. In terms of performance, of course. And then an Indianist Remus. And this Remus is going from $1,027,500 to $2,200, which is over 300K in savings for the 30% off, whatever, on our trade price again. Least. And yeah, this vehicle, I don't remember it being all that good. I think when tuners first came out, it was actually the prize ride for that. So it's probably similar to the Cypher, where it's just never good in the first place. Probably some cases Cypher where it's not good in the first place, where it was literally the prize ride of the first week of the update, basically. But yeah, you can use it for drift tuning, and it has exclusive deliveries for drift tuning, at least for that kind of personal preference customization kind of reason. But again, no performance upgrades, so it won't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. And it did get a lock on Jammer, apparently. I think it was just this update too, not the last one even.
Hey man, what's up?
But yes. According to the spreadsheet, according to the spreadsheet, the Remus is at the top of the I tier, giving it 79th place for lap time and 89th place for top speed. Yes.
Okay, well, there's no need to keep me posted on this, all right, Dan?
Did you see last night's episode?
Which I think would give it 73rd place and then 83rd place, 83rd place on top speed, which is just not good at all. Which yes, just not good at all. Again, it was prize ride, I think, in the initial week of tuners even being released, so it just proves how bad that is, basically. And yes. The Remus did in fact just get the lock on Jammer in the latest In the latest Money Fronts update, it did get the lock-on guarantee. Not last update, but this one. Basically. And yeah, I think that was it for all of the tuners on discount, for sure. In particular. So from here it'll probably be much easier, yes. Alright, it looks like the classic Drift Yosemite, and that might be the last vehicle discount to go over, I guess. Hopefully.
Hello? Hey, bro! No, I didn't tell him he could do that.
Or no, there's still one more after this apparently, but yeah. Yes, it is.
That's right, I'm confident. You would be too if you trained the likes of Flip Lee and Joe Thornton.
Yeah, this is Dom Casino Heist update, so I guarantee it's tied to Dom Casino Heist for the trade price then, and then we're just selected as a getaway vehicle, basically. Yeah, complete Dom Casino Heist finale is a leader with the vehicle selected. It's exactly as it says. You don't need to drive it at all in the finale. You just need to steal it for the finale, and then you just need to complete said finale without even touching the vehicle. Is completely fine. This one's a muscle car, so it is in the muscle car class. Has drift tuning, and it also has exclusive liveries through just said drift tuning. We have 1,300,000 to 654,000 buy it now, and then trade price 981,000 to 490,500. So on the discount it has, it's almost. Actually, it looks to be half off apparently. Okay, this one's half off, which is I think the only other half off size for the couple from earlier, I believe. It's a pretty good saving on this one actually.
Yeah. So, how about a few later?
I've got to give you the number of that handsome guy. It's all
And
good.
then a few beers.
Yes, for muscle car class no. Apparently the Drift Yosemite is in the B tier. Which gives it 16th place for lap time as well as 63rd place top speed. -5 for top speed is 58 for 5 HSWs, so that's below average no matter what on the top speed. And then there's 4 ahead of it for lap time apparently, so that gives it 12. It does, yes, get 12th place apparently for the lap time basically. Which is only a couple placements out of top 10, which is not bad, not bad. So it can be a good vehicle just for general usage and not for drifting. Well, just a couple placements out of top 10 is not even that bad for the lap time. Definitely not. But again, that's with HSW excluded. Quite a few to several out of top 10 with it included though. And then last but not least looks to be the Karen Vivid Night for discount. 30% off probably for sure for $1,605,000 to $1,123,500. And yeah, this one does have HSW upgrade available on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC enhanced. Making it, I believe, the #1 lifetime, I believe, on in the SUV class with that to account. So going over performance of this one. SUV class, yes. The HSW version to start, the better one, is at the top of S tier indeed, which does, yes, give it #1 for the lap time. However, it does get 5th place for top speed, and I think there's 4 HSWs, so I know at least one probably has a better top speed than it. That's not HSW, so.
Tomorrow is your day. We do whatever you want, honey. Why can't we hang out tomorrow?
Yeah, top of the line SUV with HSW for sure.
I took the day off already, but
As expected. And then the regular Vivid Night. Yes, the regular Vivid Night that you're locked to on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy, is at the bottom of the B tier. 15th place for lap time. And 29th place top speed. Which at best would be 11th place without the HSW to count. So just out of that top 10, just out of it basically. And then 25th it looks like for the top speed without like 4 HSW basically. And for SUVs there is 52 apparently. Okay. So I think top speed is below average with HSW into account at least for the basic Vivid Night, the one that's actually on the discount, without the fancy HSW upgrade. Yeah, that'd be like what? Taking away 48 SUVs and only 25th. That would still be below average on top speed. I mean, 11th place is pretty good though on lap time. 11th place. Yeah, the 11th place on lap time is definitely pretty alright, I would say though. For the non-HSW, that's not actually that bad.
Really? Okay, how about 9?
I spent 2 seasons in the Octagon. I can do this.
So yeah, I think it's a pretty good vehicle. Obviously, especially on the newer versions of the game with that amazing HSW upgrade. And yeah, I think the Chevrolet was already mentioned on the main menu. I think yeah, I remember going over to Chevrolet being on the main menu, so I think I already have that covered, of course. Yeah, I should do it for the vehicle discounts. So it's weapon discounts. The weapon, and then... Wait, why am I here? about my cooler or something? I'm sorry, but how did this happen? Oh yeah, drift race, I think. Right. That explains it now. Yes, it does. Alright, well, I pretty much have stash house, HSW Tantra, all the weapon stuff, and that's it, basically, at this point. So it's fine. Where's the stash house at even? See, that's the G's cache, it's not the stash house, so. Oh, there's the stash house, okay. Found it finally. Yeah, I do not care for that, but whatever. Oh, come on, there has to be an exporter vehicle, come on. There's double reputation, so let me do it. Let me do it. I got Hellfire, clear as the drift tuning as of this week. I think I just got the drift tuning, of course. So no real need to say anything further, of course. I would say this time around. This time around.
What's up?
Yeah, this one does have like a couple variants of like the police variant and hiring variant though, so that's something I guess I can add on. I guess. Yeah, I'm not interested in doing that. I didn't check the whole thing, but still. We push to get going this thing. No. Of course, the stupid Ernie be trying to slow me down, and so it is, and shit. Clearly. And yeah, actually, let me return that just in case, because I've had times where I don't. And I think I have to just wait the 5 minutes then, basically. Do not want that to happen, that's for sure. Back to the Declasse again. Since I don't want to go all that distance in a car. No, like, no. Closer, good. Alright, good, instant phone number. Export vehicle, good. I don't know if it was like, I don't know if it was because I was like way up in the air or like what. Oh, it's a spirit car. One of the ones you can just sticky bomb or something. Yeah, seems like it. Don't really care for that though, so I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass for sure.
You're entirely useless to the world.
Please tell me you don't know
You
the
ain't
mirror.
going nowhere. Look out!
That character might be dead, so cool. Bruh, can we shoot through here somehow? Come on, I thought you did something, but never mind. That was probably just someone character spawning dying from earlier. Alright, there we go. There we fucking go. Alright, there was in fact one I didn't get. I kinda thought so. Pretty much did remember, but of course my fucking turning be fucking me up. Anyways. 28 for 98. Okay, cool. Team numbers are pretty good, at least. I mean, really close, of course, real close. Oh wow, we're on the analog too, and that's cool. Yeah, I got them all in the analog somehow, that's crazy. I got them all in the analog, not the D-pad, surprisingly. guess. I still have. Meanwhile, my whole fucking hernia body and shit's a fucking acid lab practically. You got fucking damn it. Damn it. Acid lab's probably one of the better ones to get, quite frankly. Quite frankly. Actually, I might need to. Yeah, sorry, I can just do it there. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I didn't seem to find a gun van yet, so I'll go over to gun van contents then, and then. My stream still seems to be working good, so awesome. Awesome. Okay, so starting with non-discount stuff, there's the compact EMP launcher. Apparently. Basically the regular compact grenade launcher, but it has the EMP mines to the or not mines, but it has the EMP grenades, of course, so the regular grenades, of course. And because it counts as a different ammo type entirely from the regular grenades, you can't really do any, like, ammo, like, gun locker trick things, unfortunately. And he has in a form of grenade launcher, so you can't really do an air burst like up an atomizer. So it's not as impactful in vehicles in the air, it's mostly for things like on land, basically. So good luck doing anything to aircraft with that, basically.
Fuck you!
Wow, what the hell? That was delayed response. No.
Keep that fucker busy. I'm out of ammo.
God damn it, man. No one. Just wanna move away, I guess. But yes, what's I going to say anyways, because I'll be getting pretty distracting lately. Oh yeah, and also, anything you hit with the EMP, it doesn't actually disable the weapons, aside from, I believe the buzzard is the only exception being tied to the engine for the weapons. But yeah, the buzzards are the only vehicle in the game that has the engine. Like, the weapons tied directly to the engine, apparently, so therefore, that's the only vehicle that actually has the weapons get stopped by the EMP. Every other vehicle, you still gotta watch out for the weapons, apparently, if they're, like, mounted to the vehicle, or, like, usable from the vehicle, or whatever. From what I've heard, apparently. So yeah, there's a couple huge flaws with it, unfortunately, that just don't make it that good. However, you can use it on a motorcycle at least, so that's at least something really good, is you can at least shoot it from a motorcycle, definitely. Which is the one huge redeeming factor of it, definitely. I believe it can use on a boat as well, but obviously will not be as useful as on a motorcycle. With the lack of stuff out in the sea and stuff. Speaking of the regular grenade one, that's actually next on the list, apparently. So yeah, you may notice I don't actually have the grenade launcher. I don't actually have the regular grenade launcher in here right now. And that's because I have it in the gun locker, so every time I go into another lobby, this actually gets refilled. There's ammo glitches in the game for some reason that refill your ammo when you get to another lobby if you have like something with max count in your gun. And the only reason I advocate for it is because there's ammo glitches that remove your ammo without even using your ammo, so that's the only reason I can advocate for it. But it is helpful to get your ammo back, so you have like a cheap explosive weapon to use, like another cheap explosive weapon to use. Not that there's not the railgun, of course, with the ammo drop, of course, nowadays, but yeah. More options the better, I suppose, anyways. Again, same thing, you could use it in a motorcycle boat as well for extra utility. Was that the compact PDW or whatever next year? Or no, the combat, not compact, I guess. Okay. Has 100 rounds on a drum magazine, which is pretty impressive for SMG standards, I suppose. However, this one might be more of a MG, LMG. I'm not really not sure if it's a SMG or MG. Might be MG, which ties with the regular MG, so it might be basically kind of a better regular MG. However, though, anything in this category that's like LMG, whatever, Combat MG Mark II, any sort of like Combat MG is basically the is basically the best thing to use, like the Mark II or the even the Unholy Hellbringer. So it kind of gets overshadowed by those, unfortunately. It does have the unique integrated suppressor. It does, yes, have a unique integrated suppressor though, which is kind of just a unique cosmetic thing, which is kind of cool. So it comes with the suppressor without having to actually buy the suppressor, so if you're tight on money, it might actually, if you are early on in the game, it could actually be a cheap option for a suppressed weapon. Maybe. And then for a melee weapon, you have the pipe wrench, apparently. Which, yeah, I think the most unique thing about it is it's a biker melee weapon, and that's pretty much it, really. It debuted in the biker DLC, I believe, for this game, by the way, so I think that's pretty much why it's like the main gimmick for it, is the biker melee feature. Obviously, they wanted to add new melee weapons to use for that new biker melee feature at the time, of course. Really nothing else going for it, I would say. And then up in Atomizer, it's actually 30% off. I have a feeling the discount might have to do with the community thing they featured. I don't know if that's why they chose it or not. But yeah, just showing that's a good reason enough to own it, really. ragdolling and stuff can get your vehicles and stuff for businesses and stuff. That stuff is very good if they get stuck when you're selling them or something. I guess gotta do you. Tired of the rednecks around here, though. Don't know. And then the plus exclusive discount I think I have on hand right now for the gun locker trick I mentioned earlier, and that is the precision rifle. Yeah, precision rifle, it's basically this essentially, but with no attachments, and it's more along the lines of the combat, not combat, but marksman rifle Mark II with the holographic sight where you can actually lock on with it, so it's similar to that. So it's kind of a hybrid of those two, really, I would say. So yeah, it locks on like this, and then it's also more like the regular sniper rifle, and then no attachments. So you can't suppress her. So yeah, no suppressor I don't think, since it has no attachments, I believe, as well. Precision rifle is basically the worst sniper rifle in the game. Being across of this and this isn't quite enough with all the flaws it has, sadly. Yeah, that's the plus discount. Basically. Which again, precision rifle is 40% for plus. Though will be normal price, will be normal price without the subscription or whatever. The Molotov cocktails are basically the first throwable for the gun van. You can only buy them at the gun van, so that's obviously a really good one to always have around the gun van, since no other retailer really stocks it. For like a viable option. Proximity mines added during the Fest Surprise 2014 update. As the name suggests, blows up within proximity, of course, so somebody runs over, it's basically going to blow them up if they're not an armored vehicle, basically. Yeah, blowing up within proximity makes it a very good anti-griefer tool. Very, very good anti-griefer tool for sure. Fuck. And then you have grenades for the basic explosive. And then you have grenades for basic explosive, so cool. And then obviously you have armor from there. Alright, so that basically does it now, though. So we'll be doing this HSW time trial and try to be done, of course, but this fucking hernia is slowing me down so hard. Like, holy fuck, man. Alright, part-time 2 minute 33 seconds. K. Fuck. Ooh, stupid. Go. Fucking goddamn character. Stupid hernia. Bro, come on. Things looking pretty fun so far, and of course for best overall top speed, it's gotta mean something really good on this highway, surely. Without some bullshit going on, of course, hopefully. Ernie, okay, let me have one good part of the stream. Fuck God, man.